How you doing, Andy?
Hello, mate. How are you?
Oh, I'm alive and kicking.
That's what we want to hear. I'm just actually texting Chuck. He didn't understand something. I was just in the middle. Don't worry, mate. We deleted the group and named this one. Okay, sorry. I'm thinking aloud.
That's all right.
So, how's life with you, mate? Your stream was interesting today.
Going all right. Battling a lot of the dregs, but I think you know how I deal with those, so it's not a problem.
Yeah. Well, there's only one way, isn't it?
I've been very articulate about that kind of stuff, I guess.
Well, I think excuse the planes going over. No, I believe it's very important for integrity and what you want to do on your stream. You know, other people want to do something different. Fine, no worries. But
Yep.
you know, there's people that want to run streams like this, and that's what we do.
Well, that's the thing, you know. It seems to me the a general chat, general information, things like that is a rarity. You know, you don't have a lot of choices when it comes to that.
Well, I don't think so. I mean, you can go further afield to other podcasts than that, but I don't feel I belong there. I feel I belong in. I don't like to use the word genre, but you know what I mean. In this, there is a community, and we all
Oh,
know each
absolutely.
other, and we pick who we want to have a conversation with. To be honest,
Yep.
I think
By the
that's
way,
it.
let me address BZ. How you doing, sweetie? Good to see you.
Yeah. Hello, BZ, and Mr. South.
Yep.
I've noticed since we've changed the name, there's a few names that are coming up from the past, the ones that we were always sorry to lose. And maybe, you know, that's a sign of the future. I would like to hope so, in a sense of
Well,
the good people that we know they're around. A lot of them have left because they're just fed up with the whole genre. Use that word again, but you know what I mean. Sorry, my camera keeps falling over. Bloody hell. These cheap bloody telescopic bloody tripods. Anyway, there we go. That's going to be the best. Oh, now it fell over. There we go. Yeah, it's too much technical stuff for this time in the morning, to be honest, Robert. Anyway, yeah, there's a few names that have cropped up over the last 3 days. A couple that you're familiar with from your channel, and it's
Yep.
just nice that people are sort of recognizing that it's something different going on.
Well, that's the thing, and I'll tell you, like even with mine, I don't I don't look at numbers in a critical way or anything like that. I just let it go as it goes. I
Wow, yeah, yeah,
concentrate more on trying to keep it the way I want it to be, and my goal is to get information out to people who may not know it.
yeah.
Um, and to some people, that's not their thing. That's not their gig. That's great. That's fine.
Yeah, I
Um,
mean that's what I always, you know, try to explain that I have no adversity. Is that the right word? No problem with anybody doing what they want. If it's their stream, they can do what they want, and if people choose to
exactly.
like that stream and join that stream, then that's what they want, and everybody's happy. It's a win-win.
Yep.
And if people want to come here or come with you, then those people want to. And we have some very loyal subscribers, the same as you do, and they all want the same thing. It's nice for views because if you get more subscribers, say, you can then get more recommendations from the algorithm, which you know brings its own
Well,
headache in one way, but it
I,
expands the channel.
I wouldn't bet on the algorithm. um,
Well,
I
no,
mean, considering I'm on my second strike on my channel for telling the truth, so
well,
uh,
So,
But here's the caveat to that. With the things that are coming out now, see, I'm playing this the way, the long game on this second one. Being that they decided to give me a strike for playing a mainstream news clip that's still on YouTube, mind you. And with all the stuff coming out, if they claim it's misinformation now, well, I've got about 20 different channels and links that backs it up that says it's not. So they're going to have to give me an explanation, or at
do you
least.
think? Sorry, go on.
No, go ahead.
Well, no, I know exactly, but that's how sensible and sane people think. I'm hoping that Twitter. I'm not a big Twitter guy. I have
Me
an
either.
account. I
Never had
do have
one.
I've got a few followers on there, but I very seldom use it. But with the new leader of Twitter, do you think things will be better? And do you think other platforms might take a different view of like you, for instance? Why should they have struck you unless what you showed was copywritten? Now that I don't know.
No. Copywritten's different. A copyright claim is different than a community guidelines claim.
So they claimed you were bad for the community for what you aired.
Exactly. Misinformation, as they claimed.
So if Fox come up with a news headline that Donald Trump says this, or not says this, but he's going to do this and going to do that, and all hearsay, they don't get struck off for that.
Correct.
And you would see that, and then you could play that on your stream, and you would get you're going against the community, whatever it's called.
That's essentially what happened. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. That's essentially what happened. But I think a lot of it has to do with is well, we already know they're in cahoots with government entities. Okay, that's obvious now. That's already come out. There's no big secret there.
Correct.
Now, whether anything's done about it is another story. I do think that big tech is a little nervous about the change in power, because if they have their protections removed, it opens them up to lawsuits. So, as I said, I'm just playing the long game.
No, I think I have an example here of how I think in certain ways it's getting better. In regard to, let's just put us under one category, YouTubers. Let's just leave it at that for now, YouTubers. There's loads of different ones, good ones, bad ones, whatever. But I follow football. I'm a big football guy, English football, not soccer. And
right.
well, soccer, sorry. Yeah, not NFL.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, so sorry, man. And 4 or 5 years ago, no, not but maybe 2 years ago, some of these leading channels that are fan channels that have over 2 million subscribers and are really good people. They could be pundits on the main Sky TV, or they could be, on the BBC or on TalkSport, or they're really good people and they know what they're talking about. And they've got, 2 million subscribers. They were never allowed in a press conference, post-match or pre-match, never allowed. And then one got in and was allowed, and the backlash that the other reporters from the mainstream gave this guy, what's he doing in here? He's not qualified. He's not a qualified journalist. But recently, there's 2 or 3, 4 more of these guys that have got these channels, the spokesperson for them, coming to the press conferences, and they air it all on their channel afterwards. And in fact, Manchester United have done a new press conference for fan channels only. So my thinking is, at least the YouTube world is being more recognized for not being an amateur industry, and there are people on YouTube that have a voice, and It's just who's making the rules, if you see what I mean. So in football now, fan channels can come to the press conferences and they can ask questions to the coach. 4 years ago, that was undreamed. You couldn't even dream of that.
Well, what's the difference between what makes a professional and what's not? Who dictates that?
I guess those ones that actually study it as a degree or something, which is to me ridiculous. You know, because you have a degree in journalism. What I mean, there must be some good parts of being trained as a journalist to look at things from both sides, which they don't do. Look, don't be biased.
There you go. Now you hit it.
You see what I'm saying? So yes, you know, just because you've never been to university, you haven't got a degree or whatever, you could have left school at 16. It doesn't mean that the only problem is there are some people that would take advantage of this freedom of speech. And
For
you
sure.
might say,
Absolutely.
well, freedom of speech is freedom of speech. But I get it, how you can't just let YouTube, media platforms cannot sometimes run riot. Well, or can they let people just say whatever they want? I mean, what's your take on it? Should they be completely free to do whatever they want? I'm not talking copyright, okay? I'm a big believer in copyright because I've been in the music industry for so long. I like to see the musicians get paid.
Well, hey, you're speaking to one, so trust me, I know.
I knew I was on solid ground when I mentioned that to you, of course.
But they do go overboard on that. You know, they absolutely do go overboard on that.
Is that because they want to be strict because they don't want anyone? I don't know. I mean, you can't. For me, run things on my channel like, you know, I don't know, comedy programs that are all copywritten. I could put that all on my channel and become really good, but it's not my material. So correct. I understand why you can't do that. But speech, how can you copyright speech? And how can you go into the community when you don't even know what the community says? Like what you did. How can they say you're going, what's the term they call it on YouTube? Something community, what was it?
Community guidelines?
Yeah, community. What? Who makes those guidelines?
They do, and they change them by the day without informing you.
Yeah.
My take on it, it's like this. Free speech. Okay, as long as it's facts and factual, or opinion without personal attacks, then it should be fine. Beyond that, I mean, obviously, you don't want somebody coming in and attacking somebody else because of their race or their beliefs or anything like that. That would be the obvious thing. Just because I'm
what I have
on
my problem is with facts. If I said 4 out of 10 people in Thailand drive drunk, is that really hurting? Who's that hurting? Even if my facts might be wrong.
Well, that's a good point. But like in my case, anything that I put up like that, I make sure that it's backed up by something. You know, I just don't put it out willy-nilly.
You do due diligence.
But in the other token, you could say my opinion is 4 out of 10 people drive drunk. In your opinion, that should be just fine because it's your opinion.
Yeah, you've seen my text when I write on chats. I always put an IMO after everything, in my opinion. And I think if you speak on a channel like this, and I say I think Trump is the worst thing that could ever happen to American politics, in my opinion,
right?
Surely that qualifies the what I've said. Surely it just means my opinion. I'm not quoting the community or the majority, or you know. So that's what I don't get. What's wrong with opinion?
Well, I guess you're not allowed to have one of those nowadays. They'll give you your opinion.
That's the thing. Now that is the thing. Now whether that will change, I feel it will change because I think the normal person like you and me and millions of other people want this, but they're being deprived of it at the moment.
Well, what I find hilarious is they sent me a message to take a poll to see whether their algorithms were unintentionally biased.
Well,
And I'm
how
like,
can you?
you have got to be shitting me. You
How
just
can
gave
you?
me a second strike for playing a video clip of a mainstream news media and called it misinformation. And you want me to take a survey to think that whether or not you're unintentional bias?
Did you reply?
That takes some brass
Obviously,
balls.
did you reply to the strike
Not
and
yet.
put your case to them?
Not yet. I'm
Oh,
still
thank you.
collecting because what I want to do is I want to get rid of all of them.
Yeah.
That's my intentions with what I'm doing is I want to get rid of everything that they've put down to claim this misinformation because everything that I have put on my channel is now out in the open and backed up by published credentialed people.
Yeah. I mean, Anna is saying that she's had all of this on Facebook and she's been banned for life there. Can you
Yeah,
believe
I've
that?
never been on Facebook and I never will be.
Well, she said she's got a message here. I went to court today, told everyone in the courtroom that they were the ones with blood on their hands, not me. And the room went silent.
Yeah, I
Well,
don't know what that's about, but she might want to, if she's in court, she might want to be careful what she says.
I think Anna never cares about. She believes in what she says, and that's why she.
Well, no,
she
no, no. I'm not talking about believing what she says, but if it were construed in court, even if she's correct, it could be construed against her for speaking about it outside of court.
I get it. Yeah, I get that. Z says my YouTube channel has had the channels too. Can you explain a bit what you said there, Z? I didn't understand that, mate.
Not quite what you got there, Zig.
Yeah, Anna was saying about it was about COVID.
Oh, yeah.
Well, there we go. There's a can of worms.
Yeah, that's a huge can of worms.
Can you excuse me for one moment? I need to visit the fridge. Sorry.
Certainly, go ahead. No problem. Yeah, I can usually decipher that stuff, Zig, but that one I couldn't. Yep, same thing with me, Zig. And Anna, I agree with you, but unfortunately, at this point in time, that's the way we have to play the game.
Sorry about that.
Hey, no problem, guy.
It's Saturday. So, feeling like chilling. Yeah. Well, I mean, are there channels out there that are not getting away with, sorry, that are putting up as content stuff that you've done and not getting a strike? That would be interesting.
I've seen stuff on bigger channels, much bigger, that I wouldn't dare do on my channel at the moment.
Mm.
And I think that's by design. I think there's a concerted effort to make sure that smaller channels don't become bigger channels anymore. Because how many people actually goes to mainstream media and watch the news from them? Hardly ever.
Oh, absolutely.
So the only way they're going to nip that in the bud is start it at the beginning. So if they can knock off all the small ones, and then the only thing they need to do then after the fact is we already know that there's not beyond them to knock down big channels. It's just if they do it all at once, it's going to be quite obvious. But
So
like the
they're
small channels, not at all.
yeah. So they're protecting themselves. I mean, going back to my analogy of those football fan channels, they weren't even allowed anywhere near a football ground for the
Right.
training sessions, for the press conferences, for interviews with players. Even they were shunned away. Now they've got access. So the football teams are obviously thinking the fans are important. But with Fox, CNN, NBC, and all that, they are protecting their own territory, right? They don't want competition
Correct.
in news reporting.
Well, and there you go again. Who dictates what's news?
Who's the leader? Surely there should be
Yeah.
somebody like a judge or
Who's
something.
the arbiter of information nowadays? That's what I'd like to know.
Good point. Good point, mate. That's a very. I mean, it's not. It's a whole group of nameless individuals that are putting down not guidelines but laws of what can be done and what can't be done, and that's it. I mean, do you think there's room for a platform to I mean, who can shut down YouTube? Say YouTube went completely berserk and let everybody do their own thing. Would a government close them down or not? Do you understand? Does that make sense?
The problem is
Hi,
YouTube
Craig.
is not an entity into itself. You got to remember it's part of the Google thing, and then Alphabet owns them all. So from a corporate structure, they probably have more money than any other country on the damn planet. They certainly have more influence. I mean, they admitted it themselves that they can influence any election they want. It's been proven.
So what you're saying is, in between the lines, and I think you're dead on the mark, is that they're using these platforms, whether it be Twitter, Google, YouTube, whatever, for their own ends, not for the good of the service that they're trying to provide.
Correct. It's either play along or we'll bury you.
Because we're the bully, we're the big one.
Well, they can. They have the ability to control what is put in front of people's eyeballs for a very large part. Not just YouTube, but look at the search engine. How many people don't use Google? I'm seriously, think about it. How many people don't use Google?
Well, not many.
Correct. Unless you're in a very large Asian country that starts with a C,
mm-hmm.
who has their own shit that's copied from corporate shit. And even Google themselves is trying to make deals over there, censor the right stuff for them, and they'll play the game. So they can do the same. If they can do it there, they sure as hell doing it here, and they are.
Mm-hmm.
So they say, well, okay, we can we can make sure you drop 10 points in the polls. How's that? And they don't even have to say that; they'll just do it. And nobody's none the wiser, because how the hell are you going to know the difference?
Well, to me, sorry about the plane going over. To me, it's just all a bloody confusion. And, a lot of these YouTube channels have more viewers than the mainstream, right?
Oh, absolutely.
So they have the majority. So how come the minority, which they don't want to admit it, but, even Piers Morgan, I know a channel, I'm not going to name any channels, that have far more followers than
Why?
So they have a stronger, but they're a silent majority, right?
You can silence anything, it doesn't make any difference. When you control all aspects of what goes on in the real world, that's where the rubber meets the road. You know, you can have all you want on YouTube. It doesn't make any difference. When you speak of from the general public's I mean, face it. Even though in the virtual world, we still live in a bubble. No matter how you want to slice it, we still live in a bubble. And the influence that can be used, it's hard to overcome that. Whether you're a majority, minority, or whatever, it makes no difference. You know, it's like I was trying to explain to somebody with the way our judicial system works here, which pisses me off because they're allowed to report on somebody if they're charged with something. And the rules is you're innocent until proven guilty. But what they'll do is they'll put it out in the news, and you're guilty in public eyes no matter what. You can literally destroy a person's life just by that. You know.
So the only people they're protecting is themselves, and they're not.
Well, they're protecting their own interests.
And they're losing the segment now. So they are now, what are they going to do? What happens if they go down to so small a numbers that their voice is so insignificant? Will they still have the power?
Absolutely. Because they have the corporate power behind them. I mean, come on. Look at what's happened in the past 2.5 years. And I don't know if you follow the same stuff I do, but the amount of lies that we've been sold is atrocious. And it's not without its consequences, and very, very serious consequences. And that's another problem. You know, it's like right now they had they have what's called the Freedom Caucus, the Republicans here, and they had a hearing or whatever you want to call it with a panel of scientists and other so-called experts talking about the past 2.5 years when it comes to the COOF. And in no uncertain terms, they brought up everything, well, almost everything that has been published or put out there now, but is not put out by the mainstream news or allowed, obviously, to be put out by anybody else, unless, you know, you happen to be one of the approved anointed ones. But the thing that bugs me the most, it reminds me of what's called limited hangout.
What's that?
Well, you put out part of the information, not wholly, and maybe you twist it a little bit to make it look a certain way, and you let it sit out there and plant the seed in people's brain. And then when the real information comes out, they ignore it because they think they already know.
Although they don't know the whole thing. They've been manipulated.
Right. It's called getting ahead of the narrative, or that's what they're trying to do. And that's what's called limited hangout. So in this case, what blows my mind is the left has the audacity right now to ask for amnesty for people who may have made a mistakes when it comes to the old jabberoonie and the Kool-Aid they've been selling people for 2.5 years. Because it isn't what they were sold. That takes some audacity while they're still pushing it in businesses and schools and all that shit. They want amnesty. And then the one guy comes up, well, we need to have forgiveness and we need to just move on and do this. No, fuck that shit. Politicians were supposed to be held accountable for their actions and what they did. And just because they're politicians doesn't mean that they go without accountability. That's the thing. And the fact that they would ask that while this is still in process, just blows my mind. The arrogance of that is just unfathomable. You know, that'd be like me breaking into your house. I'm beating the shit out of you and say, "Hey, I need amnesty from you. Can you give me a pass for beating the shit out of you while I'm still beating the shit out of you?"
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
You know, it's just nuts.
I'm, you know, I'm a simple dude, to be honest, and I believe in free speech. Obviously, I understand how free speech can go wrong. It can, but I mean, the mainstream media, they have their own freedom of speech, and look what they're doing with their freedom of speech. They're
Absolutely.
saying their narrative and squashing everybody else's narrative, and that's so wrong. I mean,
Well, and the thing of it is, their facts don't have to match reality. That's the thing. And they use that in such a way to sway public opinion. An example being, we'll talk about voting. News stations will go out and they'll call a race, or they'll, not report numbers in a proper manner, which makes people look at it and they say, "Oh well, shit, he's not going to win anyway." So all these people getting home from work look at the poll numbers and say, "Oh fuck it, if it's not worth me going up there because they've already lost," when
yeah,
that may not be reality.
yeah,
And that
yeah.
shit goes on every fucking time. Excuse
I
my
mean,
French.
no, 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 absolutely, mate. I've always found it hard to deal with. English politics is the same, but America have taken it to a new level, or they did. With you, you can't run for a position without having money to do the adverts on
Oh,
TV
absolutely.
and to. So now there's social media. You could do because they have millions. So, the right the right channels have the right channels literally to get through to millions and millions and millions of people. So a smart move is for these candidates to go through social media, but then they're getting axed by the mainstream media because they don't want that. They want you to only go through the people that believe in them. So there's another reason why social media is squashed by the major companies. So it's all a joke, in my opinion. It's do you believe everything you read in the in the main media? I don't.
I wouldn't believe it. I wouldn't believe if they told me it was raining outside, I would open my door to check. That's
Yes,
the thing.
yes, yes, yeah. No, and when I'm listening to social media, YouTube or whatever, through my mind is that okay, they may have not got their facts right or whatever. They may not be legitimate news a news desk, but their opinions are interesting to listen to because opinions can change one's opinions, right? Because they're just giving their opinion. I think so and so is wrong because of this, and this. And then you look at that, this, and this, and you do your own research. You go, yeah. So they're manipulating, but they're only manipulating people in their own opinion. They're not laying down the law, and they're not stopping anybody else's opinion coming onto the channel. That's what I don't like.
Yep.
You with me? Like if somebody came up here now and spoke and they said, "Oh, this is wrong, that is wrong, that's wrong in my opinion," I think that's great content because people are listening and they go, "Is it
Well,
right?
I only
Is
I
it?"
only, I only have one caveat to that. One caveat. I'm fine with someone's opinion, but if they're going to make a claim about something that's backed up by the proper stuff,
Yeah.
then they got to bring more than opinion.
You mean they need facts?
Exactly. Verified facts, not
Mm.
just hearsay. Um, the thing of it is, What they've done in these past 2.5 years has absolutely destroyed families, friends, businesses, people's jobs, all kinds of shit, the economy. And what has it done?
Well, in a sense of progression. I mean, B. Moron says, I've got some opinions, but no facts. But to form an opinion, you have to have facts, Ron, don't you?
I hate to tell you, that's
know.
not necessarily true, Andy.
Oh, really?
Nope, that is not necessarily true.
So those are wrong opinions as well, then.
Pardon?
So somebody's saying, in my opinion, well, without facts, but there's lots of opinions that don't need facts, right? I can say, in my opinion, electric cars are not working. They're not practical. They are not doing what they're supposed to do, and they're too expensive. And I've got facts on that, I suppose, because I've researched it. So
Well,
I'm
that's the
entitled
point.
to give my opinion then, right?
Right, correct. Now, if you come up and told me, well, this guitar is better than that guitar and this guitar, but you've never played one, touched one, or knew a damn thing about them, that may be your opinion, but you have nothing to back it up.
But then it's your choice to listen to that person or not, right?
But see, herein lies the problem when it comes to manipulation of information. You have mainstream media or the manipulation of information put in front of people as if it is fact with nothing backing it. You got to remember, there's still lots of people that believe what mainstream media and major sources put out.
Yeah, because they think they've done their due diligence. They've got their reporters, they've got their researchers, they've got
Correct.
a big team behind them. And so they should put out what they say is fact.
Correct.
Well, that's how it started back in the old days, you know, when you only had newspapers to read. But then you got certain newspapers leaning to the left, certain newspapers leaning to the right. So they had agendas. So that would affect not what they said, but not reporting the whole entire story.
Exactly. But the thing of it is back then, if a newspaper or a news channel got caught not following the actual facts, people would move away from them. If they got caught in a lie, most people would say, hey, no. But nowadays, and I could give you several examples, but I don't want to get your channel whacked for saying it. You know, kind of like the whole thing where they're trying to tell kids in school that, well, a boy can be a girl and a girl can be a boy, and they're all the same, don't you know? You know, there's reality, and then there's someone's quote unquote reality. That's where that's where opinion flies in the face of facts.
So is this what these bigger, not all these companies, but some main media, they're trying to stop this sort of thing that can happen through platforms like ourselves? They're frightened of that. I'd like to believe that, but they're not frightened of that, are they?
No,
they're just frightened of their power being taken away from them.
Well,
and their money, more importantly.
Yeah, but they're at the point now where it would take something severely drastic to do that. But in the same token, I mean, here's an example. Facebook. They got hit with what was said to be the largest fine ever when it comes to political finance laws, contributions.
Yeah.
And they had 822 separate incidents of campaign finance laws that they broke. 822. And they got fined overall $35 million. The largest fine ever for campaign finance laws being broken. Now, you tell me what $35 million is going to do to Facebook. Absolutely nothing.
Drop in the ocean.
But in the same token, 822 violations. And I actually renamed my stream this evening because somebody suggested, when does incompetence become malice?
Oh, that's a good one. Bloody hell. When does incompetence become malice? You mean if somebody gives their opinion based on the facts that they've got, is it malicious?
Well, if they don't even have facts,
Is it malicious?
822 incidents. All right, 822. You can't tell me that they don't have a pile of lawyers a mile long telling them, hey, well, we can try to skirt around this or we can try to skirt around that. But when they're caught with their hands in the cookie jar, the only thing they have to do is pay a fine. No individual has to pay the price. Now, if I would do that as an individual myself, it wouldn't be just a fine. My ass would be sitting in jail. But yet when it comes to corporations, oh no, just pay a fine. The people, responsible for it get a pass because they're hidden behind corporate power. To them, that's no more than the cost of doing business. They made more than $35 million on advertisements.
Oh. Do you think so? Do you think some? Yeah, no, I do. And I'm trying to look on this on a commercial front. Do you think there'll come a time when they won't get so much funding due to advertising because the advertisers want to be sponsoring real dialogue, real views, real opinions? Do you think there'll come a time when they'll lose revenue on, not that they really care because they have other revenue streams, I guess, but Google and YouTube are surviving on advertising, right? The shareholders of YouTube, they want their dividends every year, and that's based on advertising revenue. It has to be. So will the advertisers maybe in the future start to not support YouTube and support independent YouTubers or whatever?
Well, I hate to say this. As far as reach go, remember, YouTube is not an entity unto itself. You remember, it's under a corporate umbrella. There's many platforms that are under that umbrella. So who's going to get the most eyeballs? And the thing is, bad news, good news, incorrect news doesn't matter. As the saying goes, controversy or anything like that for like an actor is a good thing because it puts them back into the mainstream media.
Yeah, I mean, there's that old saying, there's not such a thing as bad press.
Exactly. Do you think those advertisers not think the same way?
I mean, I can only go back to sport. For instance, if a player misbehaves and he's sponsored by Nike or something like that, I have seen Nike pull out because they don't want to be associated with that product, i.e. the player.
Right, but that's individual. That isn't across the whole damn thing. You see the difference?
Well, they're not going to cut the hand off that feeds them, right?
Exactly. You understand what I'm getting at?
No, absolutely. No, I do. I mean, unfortunately, it's not a thing that we can do ourselves, put right. It's, maybe that's because I'm getting old and I'm losing fight. Back in the day, I would be, demonstration. That's why demonstrations in many countries around the world, who are the demonstrators normally? They're students, they're university people or whatever. They're young people because they have the energy and they have that hope that they can change things. Hold on.
Have you noticed that has changed?
No.
Look at the convoy in Canada. That wasn't students. That was all people our age, our generation.
That's a good point.
A lot of these protests, I want you to look at the average person there. and I bet you they're between the ages of 30 and 60.
I read something funny the other day. It was tongue in cheek, so I laughed at it when they're saying, oh, all these, the troubles in Canada with the convoys and that. Well, they're older people, but they chose to demonstrate that way because they can sit down.
Well, there you go.
The demonstrations in Thailand are mainly young people representing the middle class. And I think the middle class are behind them, but they're saying, we can't stand outside a monument for 15, 20 hours, and, with a riot squad in front of us. The younger ones have the energy, but that was a good point. But it's raising that middle class not awareness, they're aware. It's giving them, I don't know, energy.
Well,
for things to be that bad, for
it's
them
not
to do
just
something.
that. Well, think about it this way. What was being protested was the mandates, because guess what? If you didn't follow along with the crowd, you were threatened with losing your livelihood. You're threatened to lose your career, be it a doctor, a nurse, a lawyer. It didn't matter. A guy working in a factory. Hey, guess what? If you don't do this, you lose the ability to pay your mortgage. You lose the ability to feed your family.
Well, that happened in the UK, and with Margaret Thatcher, that, the great miners' strike.
Yep.
They just, that they had terrible conditions, but they were a union, and the union said, right, we ain't working anymore. And, everyone should know the story, and I'm not going to go into it. But the fact is, Margaret Thatcher said, right, you lose your jobs. She wasn't thinking about losing her industry. She said, no, you lose your jobs. Who's going to put bread on the table tomorrow? And that's what she banked on. In the end, Scargill and all those, it sort of got sorted out. But so unions, I mean, well, do you think unions are a good thing to get?
I think they used to be.
Together?
I think
Correct.
they used to be.
But then,
as with anything else, they've become corrupted.
Like the media, like mainstream media.
The states used to be big with unions, but
I've seen the documentaries.
Yeah, they've all, many of them have been infiltrated by corrupt people.
So the concept of a union is a great idea because, I was born in the 50s.
Yes,
so
absolutely.
And they were getting the raw end of a deal. They were more or less slave labor. So they need to be organized, and it worked for so long, didn't it? But now,
yes, it did.
as you say, now big corporates looking over them and saying, look, come with us. This is what we want to do. This is our policies, or we'll just wipe you out completely and you'll have no say in anything.
Correct.
Beezy's come up with a good one here. Beezy, what she said. Yeah, she was threatened. Her job was threatened, as were her co-workers. We called their bluff, though, right down to the deadline the day before, and now we're an open shop. I mean, in the end, something has to break when you have a conflict of two sides. And
well, when they tried to mandate it here, they tried with my wife's shop. They tried where my brother works. The thing of it is there was enough people that would stand their ground that management figured out all of a sudden, hey, if we do this, there's enough people willing to walk off and give us the big fucking middle finger that we won't be able to run our shit.
Well, I mean,
they backed right the hell off, and that was non-union stuff.
Well, yeah, that was just a people's thing, but that's the whole thing, isn't it? On a strike, is like, can you do without us?
Exactly.
And it's a standoff. It's a Mexican standoff, isn't it? Really,
well, right now they're complaining they can't get enough people to work. Well, no shit, Sherlock. You done fired and pissed everybody off that didn't buy the Kool-Aid. And I don't blame anybody that did, because we were all sold a package of lies.
Yeah. The majority were. Yeah, I agree.
And now all that's coming out slowly as a trickle and a drip here, there, and a trickle here and a drip there. but it's coming out. And that's why well, I'll tell you right now, that's why they're trying to get amnesty passed before the floodgates open. Because then people's going to want their heads.
Aren't they shutting the barn door after every animal's bolted?
Yeah. Well, the barn's on fire and they're trying to close the door before everybody gets out. How's that?
And nobody can smell the smoke. Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I'm sorry about these analogies, but sometimes they work well. Yeah, I know. I don't know. I mean, the younger generation, I'm old enough now what I consider was the younger generation are now like 50-year-olds. So they're not the younger generation. It's the second generation, third generation that I'm thinking about now. And sometimes they have energy, but are they going to be the same as people in the generation of the 50s?
Well,
are the millenniums going to do it or not?
Here's the problem. They grew up in a world where virtual is very close to reality. Okay. They've also, through our education system, been exposed predominantly to ideologies and ideas that may not necessarily be what we would have. I mean, by example, I went to a graduation a couple years ago where I watched a kid graduate who literally couldn't read at a second grade level. He couldn't even read a tape measure because he didn't know a damn thing about fractions. And that's the thing because you don't want to hurt someone's feelings.
Well, it's just a whole woke thing, isn't it? I mean, I remember when my kid was at school, everybody in the 100 meters dash or the 100 meters swimming, everybody got a medal. Everybody got a medal. And they were the same medal, not the same color, the same ribbon, everything as the person had won.
Yeah.
Now, if I was the person that won, I would be saying, okay, nothing wrong with my competitors, but I beat you. I need that recognition. Because why am I beating you?
Well, but see, what you don't understand, what I'm saying is the side effect of that is those who strive for excellence quit because it doesn't gain them anything.
Yeah, no, I understand that. Easy Company just wants to know what's a fraction.
Well, Easy, if you only have half a beer left, and you know that if you drink another half, well, how much are you going to have left?
Yeah.
I got to put it in terms he understands.
Yeah. No, I like that. I like your translation there. Yeah. Well, it's an interesting topic. I have to say, I'm not overqualified to give you a good debate on it. It's just my thoughts. My thoughts are more like, where is it going to go? I mean, who knows? No one.
It can only go one of two directions. That's it. That's the only way it can go is one of two directions.
Which are?
It either gets fixed or
shut down. Sorry, you're breaking up, buddy. I don't know if that's my connection.
I said it either gets fixed or it goes to hell in a handbag.
Well, what's going to hell in a handbag? What is the
it could be any number of things. We already know the WEF has this penchant that you own nothing and be happy. And if you've watched what's going on, that's essentially what's happening.
Like an Animal Farm type thing.
Well, they're already targeting the farmers. I mean, come on. They want to tax people for cow farts. Seriously.
Yeah, I know cow emissions have been going on for a long time, but most people laughed at it. But now they've got serious about it.
And the same thing goes with the land and all that kind of stuff. It, they've got, if there's something special about your land or some reason, well, we'll just tax you more on it, and pretty soon you won't be able to afford it. And
then
what
we'll
happens
take
when
it.
you can't? What happens when you can't afford your taxes?
Yeah, yeah, they'll just take it. Well, all the repossession of houses and all that due to no fault of the house owner is absolutely despicable. It's happening in the States a lot. It's
Well,
happening in the UK to a certain degree as well. I think
yes,
it's
it is.
shameful, shameful. I mean, there's people taking liberties with house ownership, and that's the problem. It's always a few rotten apples in the barrel that spoil it for everybody else.
Well, unfortunately, the rotten apples have managed to all jump in the barrel and kick all the good ones over.
Well, yeah, once an apple goes rotten, it can affect many apples close by, and then, in fact, the whole barrel in the end. So, there's another analogy. Sorry about these analogies, but
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, yeah, I know, I know. I mean,
Well, I mean,
sometimes I'm.
what we're seeing going on now is unprecedented.
Hi,
We're
Johnny.
seeing things that have never happened in the past that are happening now. It's obvious that the uh, financial market is going to go to crap. And I think that's on purpose because they want to bring in a digital currency. Well, what happens when you have a digital currency?
Oh
You
dear.
no longer have control of your money. It's not like you can take digital currency and stick it under your bed.
No, no,
You're not going to have a bank run with digital currency ever.
no.
And anytime, just like they did to the truck drivers in Canada, they'll just shut your bank account down. That right
Yeah,
there should have scared the shit out of everybody up there.
yeah. I mean, yeah. I mean, as I say, I'm getting on in years. I hope to live a long, long, long time. But I'm quite happy where I'm not like a 20-year-old now starting off because I maybe as a 20-year-old I'll have different ideologies because I'm a 20-year-old. I don't. Maybe it's my ideologies that the younger people don't have because it's a generational gap or generations of gaps. I don't know about that either. I mean, so many things are so much better now, but
What
somehow
are they?
people have, well, oh, there's a lot of positive things, and really are, in my opinion. But there's so many fuck ups that are really serious, and I don't see the way out. I know you said there's two directions. It's a shit show, or we bend the knee.
Yeah,
That's the other
exactly.
direction, right?
You look at I'll give you an example. Look at the housing crash 2008, 2009. People got kicked out of their homes because they couldn't afford the interest rate being shot up to 30%.
That was imposed, right, on them. They had no
Yes,
say in that at all.
correct. Absolutely. But yet, so they lost their houses to the banks, but yet the banks got bailed out to trillions of dollars. So, as a working person, you not only lost your house, but the taxes that you're paying as working are paying the banks for the very house they took from you.
Oh yeah. Everybody wins except the person whose house it was.
Well, the banks win twice over. They get bailed out, plus they get the property.
Yeah. Yeah. And even countries get bailed out by the IMF, and Thailand have.
Well,
And
yeah, kind of. Any
sort
country
of.
that takes any country that takes a loan from the IMF is stupid.
Yeah, it saved Thailand in a way. I mean, I don't want to bring Thailand into it because it's all so upside down compared with the West. But I can't remember the year, but it was late 80s, early 90s. Yeah, we got into financial difficulties, not for the first time. IMF gave us a major big loan, which we paid off very, very quickly. But
Well, but that's the exception, not the rule. Let's take a look at
yeah,
Greece.
well, yeah,
You know, look what happened there.
yeah.
And that didn't work out. Well, guess what? Now the IMF owns most of their infrastructure, their mining rights, their mineral rights, their electrical distributions, and all that shit.
Mm.
You know, that's the thing.
If somebody wants to join the panel, please do, because I can't stay here forever, or nor can Robert. But it's open. The channel will stay open, even if I go and Robert goes, and people will keep an eye on if somebody wants to come on. Sorry, just a public announcement there.
Yeah,
We'll try and keep the channel open if we can, but because the chat's going wild here. It's
yeah.
like
I'm fairly certain I've probably made a couple people leave.
no, the opposite. No, there's a whole debate going on in the chat. I'm trying to keep up with it, listen to you, and drink my beer at the same time. It's all too much, Robert. All too much.
You're having problems multitasking there, Andy. What the hell?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, but no, the chat, I can't keep up with highlighting everything. Oh, there we go. Johnny's on. Well, I'll leave him there because he can add himself. But hello, Johnny. Do I need to put you on, Johnny? Well, I did.
You better hope you want it on.
Well, you know, sometimes the Guptas like to stay in the background. You know, I hate it when people put me on. I'm just monitoring in the background, and then suddenly there's my face on the screen. But I can always remove him and leave him backstage. He can come on when he wants.
The
I've just removed Johnny Siam from the stream. Oh my God! And he knows where I live.
I actually come in and removed everybody from the panel one time, Guptas and all.
Yeah.
I think that's how I got my reputation.
Well, I like the name. I like in a way the name of Guptas because it's like old school in what we do. But I think that name has to change.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. You need to retire
just admin would do, you know.
that. Correct. I have to agree. You should retire that.
Yeah. Well, that will come, I guess.
The,
I wish Siege could come on. He's having problems with his Wi-Fi because he tried to get on the other day when we were launching the new name thing, but it was tough on him. He kept coming and going. So I don't know if it's a Philippine Wi-Fi situation or.
Well, I'll tell you something. I've noticed in the past week or so that there's really been some weird shit going on with live streams, and it hasn't been just me. I've talked to other people that stream and said the same thing.
Like what?
Just shit not connecting. Like today, I had to try to connect 3 times to get my stream to start.
Yeah, I started this stream today, and I'm right near my router, right? And it said not good connection. So I got 3 routers actually in the house, but so I changed to all of them, and it didn't make any difference. And I went back to my original 2.4, and it seems to be okay.
Well,
now.
see,
but, I had a job in the beginning.
I'm sitting on now fiber 250 up, 250 down. I should be able to run 10 streams at the same time. There should be no connection problems whatsoever.
Yeah.
So I know it's not on my end. And I've talked to other people who are in similar situations. And like, I've noticed like streams kind of slowing down or dropping out and things like that. Like I got booted from my own stream today. I'm like, what the hell?
That's self-sabotage.
Well, and the thing of it is, it didn't want to let me back in.
No, I had the same thing this morning when I started this stream. Wouldn't let me on.
Okay, so there you go.
And there's no one else in the whole house using it. and it's normally I don't know these MVP. I don't know the uploads and downloads, but it's fast. We have a fast
Oh, same here.
network, you know. But sometimes with StreamYards is a bugger anyway, to be honest. Sometimes it's your camera doesn't work. Yes, it does. I got a great big green light and a red light on it. It's working. I go to Zoom, any other, and it's working fine. Oh no, it doesn't work. I don't know. And then your phone, if you're on your phone, it overheats. You boil an egg on it. I never use a phone on StreamYards anymore because once I ended the broadcast by accident because the screen's so small, and also it got so hot, so hot. So I don't know why StreamYards it's a great service. Let's face it. I mean, that's why we all use it. There's not much of an alternative out there, in my opinion.
Well,
in my opinion.
I use Restream. I use Restream, and I use StreamYards. I like some features of Restream, and I like the layout of Restream better. But as far as anything else, it sucks balls. The administration sucks balls. It's got some quirks in it that are, for the life of me, I can't figure out what the hell's going on with it. But with StreamYards, I don't have those issues, but then StreamYards comes with its own set of issues. So,
well, yeah, that's life, I guess. It's like I like that new car, but that new car has things that other car doesn't have, and then you got to evaluate what works for you and what doesn't. Like, I mean, StreamYards came to the prominence. Well, no, Zoom came in from the pandemic. I mean, who had heard of Zoom before the pandemic? To be honest, let's face it.
Yeah.
And I know everyone had the Zoom parties, the quiz nights with my family in London was all on Zoom. Everything was Zoom, and it works fairly well. I've used it in my channel, at head office. We all use Zoom, not StreamYard, and the free Zoom, and it seems to work very, very well.
Well, that's okay if you're doing just a family thing or a small group thing.
Because you have to send out invites.
Right. Whereas what we're doing here on YouTube, that just don't fly,
No. So StreamYards is pretty good. I have to, with all the negatives, which we're not sure of. I mean, look, you and I are talking. There's hardly any delay, and we can have 6 people up here, and it's they can easily join just by a little thing that I put up in the chat. They can join. It's pretty cool. I have to say,
absolutely.
I'm pretty cool.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But I can also compare to back when I first started at Global, what it was like then and what could be going on. I could have a full panel, manage it and all that shit, and not have any issues whatsoever. And now I'm seeing that it's not working quite that way anymore. And I'm on any of them. It doesn't matter which type of stream software you're using. So maybe YouTube's making some changes in the background. I don't know.
Oh, don't start again. I thought you've done my mind in, because I'm going to be thinking now all about everything for the next all afternoon. I'm going to have another beer. I do put my head in the sand much more than I used to, I have to say. And I'm sorry to admit it, because it's not a very good thing to admit. But sometimes I just try and ignore everything negative around me, because it's the only way I'll keep my sanity.
It's not a matter of being negative or positive. I try to live in reality. If this is what's going on, then I want to be apprised of what's going on. I don't like undue, stupid surprises.
You don't like stuff you don't know.
Correct.
Or don't understand, put it that way. Yeah.
Well, I don't have to necessarily understand something to know that to be dropped in your lap all at once is not necessarily a good thing. Without
I'm a sucker for, I'm talking to a real switched on IT guy, and he's saying, oh, the thing is you download it, and he's loads of things going on that he's telling me. It all goes one ear, but I believe him, but I have no idea what he's going on about. So I'm a little bit of not a dinosaur, because I grew up with the innovation of computers.
Yeah.
I was born in 1953. So work it out. So I was late, early 40s, and I was working for a record company when they said, well, here's your computer. I go, well, great. Well, what do I do with it? And they said, well, you can do, well, DOS was before that. So,
Right.
and then I remember getting a lesson on Microsoft Word, and that's how you write an email. I could remember it all. Phones the same. The phone's
Oh, yeah.
exactly the same.
Yep.
So people of my age, we've transitioned into this age. So people have to forgive me sometimes when I'm not quite au fait with the latest thing, because I'm just saying, well, that's it now. I can get on here. I can talk to Robert. I can write my emails. I receive emails on my phone as well. I can text online and app. I used to have to do long distance calls to my folks back home,
Oh, yeah.
and all
Absolutely.
that shit, So I'm happy with the level I've got. And I've said for years, I wish I could buy a laptop back, like 10 years ago that I paid, I don't know, $10,000 for, $15,000 for, that would just last me, and the software with it would last me to the end of my days. But everything's changes. They're
Yes.
messaging me now. Do you want to shut down and update this or
Yep.
later? And then I go later. What time? What time? What time? I go,
Yep.
well, I don't know. Go away. Because I'm having a good time here. Fuck off.
Yep. And you get everything working just the way you want to, and they do an update and it breaks all your shit.
Oh man. And the young people, they just ride it like a surfer rides a wave, But for us, and we've gone through the biggest transition. They won't go through that same transition. The younger people, they won't.
Well, we don't know that.
Well, that's interesting because you don't know what the future is. I get that, but they're already technically minded. I mean, come on, we didn't. When I was 40, I had 35. I had no idea what a computer was. I'd heard about it a bit, but I didn't know it's going to affect my life. I didn't know about mobile phones or anything, and now I've adapted to it all. And I think that's enough for me. I think I've done my share.
Well, okay. Now, just to put a point on the top of what you just said. Have you ever heard about Neuralink?
Oh, AI shit.
No.
Oh, what?
Elon Musk is going to be coming out with a phone that literally, if everything works out the way they claim it to be, and it's being sold as being useful for people who have speech impediments or mobility impediments, that they'll be able to link themselves right to the phone and send emails and make calls just by thinking about it.
Like telepathy, so not telepathy.
Well, yes, telekinesis,
yeah.
same type of thing.
Yeah, that's I can't say that word. So yeah. Oh no, I've heard about it, and it will happen.
It's a lot closer than what you'd think. A lot closer than what you think. But in the same token, that's always a two-way street. Would I want to connect the computer to my fucking brain? Hell no.
Hi Ziz, how you doing, mate? Have you got a good connection? Yeah,
probably dog shit.
Dog shit. You're trying to connect with dog shit, ain't gonna work, guy.
I hope you got your rubber gloves on. So you're calling from the Philippines, right?
Yeah.
What is the problem now? Are you in the middle of the sea on a rock or something?
Nope. Just crappy Wi-Fi connection.
You sound all right at the moment.
Yeah, you sound cool. Cross your fingers.
I sound super cool.
Our graphics, man. Yeah. So I mean, now we've done the whole gambit with Robert here. A lot of it almost beyond me, but I held my own and said the right things. But now we're into like this. What did you call it, Robert? The thing that Elon Musk is doing.
Neuralink.
Neuralink. I've heard of Neuralink. First of all, I thought it was a railway that went from England to France. But that's Neuralink. That's the Eurolink.
Yeah, that's a Eurolink. Yeah, there you go. Oh man.
Sorry, I've got to put some humor into it. And then there's the other one, like if you're disabled or you're fed up with your body, you just have another body as another like mega avatar, and you can live in that reality, and I can meet other people. That's more AI, but I mean, it's all in the same bloody sentence here, in the same conversation. That's what he wants. Full on AI. I mean,
You know, to predict where something like that's going to go would be impossible, because you can never tell where a new technology is going to be used or abused. And in my opinion,
yeah.
that
Oh, no.
technology there will be severely abused.
I mean, I'm a petrol head, so 20 years ago, if you told me I could buy an electric car that did 0 to 60 in 1.5 seconds, I'd be saying, and it's on the market for anybody to buy, and people will buy it, and a lot of people will buy it, I'll be going, you're off your rocker. Literally, no, and there it comes. I mean, I can go from steam to bloody diesel train engines. I was brought up with steam engines.
Yep.
So once again, I've seen the progression, as in computers and phones, you know, all the IT shit. I've seen it, and I've adapted. Right.
When you guys were young, you had to pedal the car.
I used to get my younger cousin to push me. I was lazy. No, but and Ziz is younger, right? So that's why I love talk. I surround myself with younger people always, because I find that opens up my mind to how it. Because if you just if I mix with 70-year-olds, I'd have more than one foot in the grave. I'd have.
Oh, absolutely.
You know, and I'm a big believer. My son's helped me with his friends, and we can sit around a table, drink a few beers, and we can talk. I can talk, I'm going to say, on their level. They're talking more on my level. You know what I'm saying? It's an amalgamation of, and they're just friends, and they all text me as much as they text my son now. And they're young people, well, relatively young, 30, 35. And I find their company absolutely fantastic, I have to say. But where's the future lies, I don't know. I've seen so much in my lifetime in progression of communications, just taking, and travel, the whole thing. It's incredible what I've seen. If I could list it out, it's incredible.
Well, that's why I said, to see where things going to go, like if you were a 20-year-old now, to predict that would be impossible.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, the fact I can pick up this phone now, I fancy a burger, and I can make a text, and within 15 minutes, a burger arrives at my house. I couldn't have foreseen that in the 60s. I'd be going, what? Well, first of all, in the 60s, I'd be saying, what's a burger? I was brought up in England.
Yeah, I just want mushy peas and some black pudding, please.
Yeah. I know most fish and chip shops in England have curry sauce to add to it. So bloody hell, where's that going?
I think people are worried about nukes at the moment. But if you see if a country actually manages to use AI nefariously and have massive data centers operating and such, you will see tactical nukes used, because it's about the most efficient EMP we can create. It's a way to shut them down.
Yeah. I mean, drones are going that way, aren't they? You know what I mean? Before it'd be a one man in a plane would do, you know, like Enola Gay. He would actually fly over there and drop the bomb. Now you've got some plastic drone up there, and some guy in the middle of London or in the middle of anywhere just doing it all, right? So that's frightening in itself. Thousands of miles up, we can't even see them. You know, I find that frightening. Frightening.
Well, you know, it's kind of like the invention of the screwdriver or the hammer.
Good point.
They can be used what they're designed for, or they can be adapted to any number of things.
Well, if we hadn't invented a wheel, we'd be going nowhere, would we?
I bet you remember that day.
Shut up. I'm sorry I put you on. But it's a good point, right? I mean, progression is what it's all about. It's just you can never foresee 25 years from now what's going to be. It's only a
Well-
progression of what we have now.
Therein lies the rub, though, Andy. We unfortunately are in a position where you're asking me about earlier, where we're going to end up in a certain position, and I said one of two places.
Yeah.
And there's a group of people who, not a small group, who deem themselves the arbiter of where the human race is going to go. They're not foreseeing the future; they're creating it.
These are the good people, right?
No, they are not.
Oh, they're the baddies. But there's a group of good people doing exactly the same as well. Right?
Well, not
Oh,
really.
please say yes.
Not really.
Oh, Robert.
Pentaverous.
Oh, come here with these long words. What did you win? And what? Everest?
He said Fantaverous.
Oh, that's a made-up word for it, sounds, I think.
Yeah. Well, kind of.
Espialidocious.
You know, I mean,
It's from Mike Myers' movie So I Married an Axe Murderer, the Scottish old man who believes that the Queen, the Gettys, the Rothschilds, and Colonel Sanders were all in a group called the Pentaverate controlling the world.
oh,
All right.
okay, there we go.
All right.
And then he hated that Colonel with his wee beady eyes and that smug look. Oh, you're gonna buy my chicken?
I'll be with you in a second. I've got to go
Do you think?
via the loo.
Hearing
Well,
aids run out of batteries.
Pardon?
Hearing aids ran out of batteries.
Ah, so how's the Philippines treating you, Zeke?
Oh, it's hot today.
Define hot.
Let me see. It was about 30 something, but it was 80 something percent humidity. So I don't know, like 100 and something degrees and 80% plus humidity.
Screw that.
So it's pretty warm. Yeah. Goes all right there. The air conditioning inside.
And here I'm waiting for the next next snow to begin.
Yeah. You can
Not
go
a
out and do
lot
snow
of
angels, can't
I talked to a couple people. It was already 30 below, and they were asshole deep in snow already. I'm like,
you? I forget
oh,
that. That's great. No thanks.
yeah, that falls under my hell no rule. And anymore,
Yep, nah.
I'm not real impressed with the winters here either. So,
That sort of cold would encourage me to go underground mining just to get warm.
well, you wouldn't get too far around here, considering we're surrounded by lakes. So, unless you can breathe underwater,
Wasn't there a salt mine up there that
yes,
burst under one of the lakes?
yep,
That would have been insane.
down by Detroit.
I guess it would have increased the salinity of the lake too. I guess marginally.
Yeah, I think it. It would have to be there would have to be an exit, and it was an inlet, not an exit. So it kind of just buried itself back in. You know what I mean? So
Right. I remember it was a massive whirlpool, sucked in all sorts of things and everything as it filled the mine up. Yeah.
yeah. Well, they had the same thing happen, I think, in Alabama. That was
right.
impressive. Holy shit. That was crazy. They had video of that going on, and you're watching great big trees go, boom, goodbye.
Yeah. Well, you don't want to piss fart around with mines. Nobody was in it in WA. We had a mine collapse, an underground mine collapse. They suspected it was going to, so they decided to help it along. And before they set the charges, it collapsed in on itself.
Wow.
And yeah, the trench it left on top of the ground was friggin' monumental.
Oh, I bet.
But they went and filled it back in with its own tailings, so as to get rid of it, so no one could get access to the other shafts and things. But it was a copper mine that was almost done anyway. But yeah, they yeah, a bit of how you going.
Yeah.
That one in Tasmania or wherever, so yeah, where the bloody coal miners or whatever they were got stuck underground. Foo Fighters came across and did a song for them and all that crap.
Yeah, I can't imagine having that happen. Just, you could only hope that you were dead, because to have that going through your mind, knowing odds are that they're not going to find you, fuck.
Hello, Ron. Ron's joining.
Hello.
Hello, Ronald.
Oops. Hello. Hello.
You doing, Ron?
How's it going,
Yeah,
guys?
back when I was skinny, I've been in a lot more than I am now. I went into some pretty small caves where I used to live. There's a lot of fairly deep caves, and I went into a couple, and the places you squeeze into, you've got about less than an inch of space either side of your head getting squeezed in there,
Right.
and then you squeeze your way back out. And one panic and turning your head and locking it into place would be enough to make you think you're stuck there forever.
We used to call that potholing. Is that a term still used today? Like you go down
No.
underground caves and all, potholing. Yeah.
Not in Australia, at least, anyway.
Well, Zieg, on some of the bigger oil lines and pipelines in Texas, they'd have skinny guys. If there was a weld that had a problem, they would have skinny guys crawl up through the inside, grind them out, and weld them from the inside. Can you imagine?
Yeah, bugger that.
Yeah, that falls under my not know my hell no.
So what's happening to you, Ron, these days? Long time no see.
Chilling. Trying to figure out what Zeed's avatar is. Is that like an upside down car, or is that?
Yeah, it's upside down car.
Okay.
Yeah,
It's a
because it's driving
BMW.
down under.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's from Australia, dude.
It's an M.
Oh, because he's from the land
yeah.
down under. I get it now.
Yeah.
What's up?
Well,
Yeah.
that's why they're not quite right, Ron. All the blood's going to the top of their head.
That makes sense.
Steve, that's a BM, right? That's an M series, right? The red, blue, and
Yeah, it's a 3.0 CSL, I think, from memory.
yeah. I told you it was a petrol head. Yeah. Fuck electric cars.
I have an electric car.
No, I know, that's why I said it.
Screw getting into all the oil wells and shit. Fuck that up your own ass. No way, you wouldn't get me going into those. That's not. It's a whole lot of note.
I learned those hybrid cars are highly sensitive to the amount of oil you put into them. If you overfill them, you really fuck them up.
Really?
I like the idea of hybrid as opposed to full electric. I mean,
that's what I have, hybrid.
Yeah, that's the way to go. Until they can charge quickly, like 5 minutes.
The superchargers are pretty fast, man.
Yeah, but you can't. Yeah, but they're not everywhere, Ron. They're not everywhere. In England, I'd say England. In Thailand, they're nowhere. But in England,
yeah. But if you're in a big city, they're around. There's one right down the street from my house. I mean,
how long does it take?
Yeah, but Ron, it's okay while
if you're living in a rural area, but they even map it out for you. Like you say, you want to go, like you can put it wherever you want to go, and it'll tell you like where you should stop at a supercharger station, and it'll map it out for you too. Like if you want to do like people say like, how can I do a long distance road trip? They will actually map out like where to make your stops.
And then you get there and you got to wait because they have 5 charges and there's 5 cars already charging. So you got to sit there and drink your Costa coffee and sit there for an hour and a half till they finished, and then you got to do your charging.
But what they try and do is they try and put their superchargers like near like malls or something where there's other shit to do, so like you can charge it and you have something else to do too. Like they try and put it like not anything.
But if you wanted to go into the mall for 3 hours and your charge is only taking, say, an hour and a half, you have to come. You're not allowed to. They charge you for all the time you're there, right? As well, not just charge.
Yeah, probably. I don't have a Tesla. I don't own
I know-
one. I wish I
I
did.
know Sacramento had one of the biggest uptakes in electric cars, and it also had one of the highest amounts of charging stations in the United States. When one of my relatives was in Sacramento not that long ago, they took video of all the charge stations, and there were cars, like 40, 50 cars lined up trying to use the supercharger.
California is probably going to be the worst place. Like, there's definitely going to be a line in California. They're all about those electric cars in California.
It's taking people 6-7 hours to get to the charger to charge their car on. It's ridiculous. Like, what do you?
I tell you where an electric car works. If you've got a small one and you just use it for like 20, 30 kilometers a day, and you can do that in one trip, come home, do your shopping, they're
Yeah.
great. If you're
Then plug
traveling
it in.
like 400 miles, the whole conversation is, where's the next charger? I've only got 70% left. I've only got 60%. It's stress that you don't need when you're on a road trip. You just can't. Hybrids are fine.
Let me ask you this, Ron.
So,
Being that you're in Baltimore,
right.
what's your winters like there?
Shit, that's why I'm leaving. I'm going.
Well, I mean, how does that affect having an electric vehicle?
What do you mean?
All right.
I mean, the winter weather.
Batteries don't work so good in the cold, do they?
They're fine, yeah. I mean, they got them all way colder areas. They're in Buffalo. They're in further up north than they're in Canada. There's Teslas in Canada. I mean, it's way colder than it is in Baltimore.
Well, yeah, it gets pretty damn cold here, but I'm also looking at, like where I live. If you ain't got a 4-wheel drive, and I mean a substantial one, you ain't fucking getting out when you get a snowstorm.
Yeah.
Well, put it.
Well, that's with anything. If you buy a Corvette, I mean, or if you buy any different type.
Well,
of
yeah,
vehicle,
absolutely.
like, it's not
What
gonna
I'm
do you
saying
any
is,
good.
even the electric trucks and shit, when you hit 30 below, I don't care what kind of battery you got. It ain't going to perform for shit.
Well, here's my. Oh, sorry, Robert. Go on.
You're going to have to run your heat off it. The batteries are going to be changing temperature quite quickly because you're drawing a heavy charge.
Listen to the radio.
Well, I mean, yeah, that's minuscule to running heaters.
Yeah, I know, but I mean, my take on it is, once they can make one with 1,000 miles range, and they make charging points literally everywhere, and they only take 10 minutes to 15 minutes to charge up, and they bring the price down of the car in the first place, then there'll be a success. Unless they do that, it will never be a success.
There's an engineer in Australia that already did the math on that, Andy, and he took into account like a 10% improvement in battery economy.
Yeah.
And even then, a little hatchback vehicle the size of a Hyundai i30 ended up weighing like 4.5 ton.
They
to
got
get a
that are supposed to go like
to get a
super
600
long.
kilometer range, because once you get past 2 ton, the diminishing returns on your battery versus your mileage is insane. Like, you can't sustain the vehicle's mass at speed, because the more battery you add, the more mass you add, and then the less it performs.
Yeah, it becomes a losing battle.
Yeah, you can't beat
It
physics.
does. Then it happens very quickly. It happens very quickly.
Once they find transport that can go faster than the speed of light, then that'll probably trickle down to the car industry, and we'll be okay. But it's never going to get better. It ain't, well, definitely not in my lifetime, nor yours, Ron. Unless they think of a new power source other than electricity, I guess. I know we have the hydrogen ones, and we have this, that, and ones that run on water. Don't ask me how that works, but it's like filling up your camel across the desert, isn't it? But I don't know. To me, it's a hybrid makes sense, because you'll never get.
The thing is, they're shitting on diesel at the moment, and diesel hybrids actually makes way more sense than a petrol hybrid, because a petrol engine, to create the same level of torque, has to rev more So you're going to, by nature of that, create more emissions and burn more fuel, whereas a diesel can run it almost below idle and still create more electricity than a petrol generator can. So if you're using it purely as a generator, diesel is the way to go, which is why locomotives and everything else use diesel, because it works. You can't drive those big generators with petrol engine, certainly not efficiently anyway.
Well, what have you got? You got a Japanese hybrid, or what have you got, Ron?
Prius, Toyota.
Oh, that's a hybrid, right? Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah. And to me, that makes total sense. You could go on a long run and you'd never have to worry
Let me
about
ask you, Ron.
charging your
Do
battery.
you actually, in the long run,
Mhm.
are you saving any money versus if you had a equivalent size car that was gas?
A shit ton.
Really?
It costs me $20 to fill up. I get 300 miles for $20.
Okay.
Everybody else I talk to, they're paying like $60, $70 to fill up their tanks. But mine only holds like 6 gallons of gas.
But let me ask you
It
this:
uses the battery. So
what's the lifetime of the batteries?
I have 350,000 miles on my Prius right now.
You can buy cheap ones from China as well. But my question to you, Ron, is this. And I don't understand this, but your hybrid, right, gets charged by the engine, blah, blah, blah. We know that. Can you charge it when you go home as well, the battery?
No, it just charges itself.
It can only charge when it's running.
If the battery gets low, the engine will cut on and it charges it from the engine, or when you're not pressing the gas and it's going, it charges.
I know all that. I just wondered whether you could top up at your home with a charger. You can't do that.
The engine will kick on to charge the battery.
Okay, cool.
You can use it as basically like a camper. You could live in it and just let it run all night long, and you can keep your temperature in your car the same. And the engine will only cut on when the battery gets low, and then the engine will cut on and it'll charge up the battery, and it'll cut off and it'll go off the battery. And
I had a hybrid, and that's all great because I can go from here to Chiang Mai, and I don't have to have a map put up on my bloody central screen. You got to stop there, you got to stop there, and when you get there, you got to wait for the space because there's not that many, and blah 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 blah. But the hybrid, you're guaranteed you're going to get there without even stopping. Well, you got to put petrol in, but whatever, and the battery always kicks in to run it economically. Right. When you're not thrashing it. Yeah, I get it. And that's why I'm a big hybrid believer at the moment.
Hybrids are good.
Well, yeah. Like Rick Nelson says, give me a horse-drawn hybrid car for economy.
Like 45, 50 miles a gallon, something like that. Pretty good.
Hi, Mr. Nielsen.
My only problem is I doubt I'd fit in a Prius.
Yeah, they're pretty tight.
Here in Australia, it defeats the purpose having if they can make electric vehicles long range. But I guarantee what would happen is you get to one of these outback charging stations and they would just slaughter you. Like everyone goes, oh, it only cost me $8 to fill the whole car up. I guarantee you they'd charge you $100 to charge your car in the middle of the night, whereas you could have carried, $50 worth of diesel or, petrol and got to the next place.
I saw an unbiased trial of 2 cars. They left London to Newcastle, which is I don't know, about 450 miles. And one was the it was a BMW. That's right, BMW electric, 350 electric or whatever, and the equivalent petrol. And they documented it all. There's no bullshit, right? And they documented it all. And the petrol car worked out against charging fees and everything much more economical by about 30-40 pounds on the whole trip. And don't forget the difference of the car to buy is tremendous.
Those Teslas, they'll beat supercars off the line. They're like off the line. They're super fast. I mean, they'll catch up with them after a while, but like right off the line.
With the Tesla, the Plus one, whatever it's called, that really fast one, and they're saying that people are buying it and they're just complaining about they feel nauseous. They feel sick, literally sick, because
I think
of the,
0 to
the
60 in like
gravitational pull.
1.9 seconds or something insane.
Yeah. I mean, when are you going to use that? You know.
That 1.9 seconds will be under very, very specific conditions because most of the major tire brand manufacturers will tell you can't make a vehicle or a motorbike launch any quicker than 1.7 seconds, zero to whatever, because the friction coefficient of tires is impossible. So most people with the Plaid are probably getting 2 to 2.5 seconds, 0 to 60, because they'd have loose gravel, they'd have dusty roads,
Well, they'd also have to have super sticky tires for that too,
that's
which aren't going to last for shit.
we do. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, they say most of these Tesla's owners they use that speed 3 or 4 times normally in the first 24 hours they own the car, and then they never use it again because they feel so ill. And there's no way you want to use it, you know. But I like all the tech that comes with the electric cars. It's cool, and I like their interiors. It's all futuristic. I love all that. But for me, especially in Thailand, forget the charging.
0 to 60, 1.9, 0 to 100 and 4.2. A quarter mile.
Yeah, well, that's a bit.
8.8 and a quarter mile. 8.8 seconds. Quarter.
That's a bloody Apollo. Apollo don't go faster than that.
Top speed.
Yeah, well, you've got
250 miles per hour. 250 miles per hour.
You've got to take into consideration the speeds that top alcohol cars can do with 4,500 horsepower, and realize that the Tesla numbers are from a very specific test.
Well, yeah. I mean, I've seen these tests of people trying, and it says I've got 100% battery. I've just got out of London, and I've now got 65%. Where did that 35% go? You know, and then they don't like motorway traveling. Apparently,
Well,
they prefer, you know.
No, they don't. They don't like high-speed travel. Most of these cars, they're benchmarked for 35 miles an hour or 70 kilometers per hour. They're not.
Yeah.
They're not benchmarked for 110/70 miles per hour.
See, I'm buying a little three-wheeler. Most people in England call it a mobility scooter, but it's definitely not a mobility scooter, but could be confused with one. But it's got a big little trunk in the sort of a trunk at the back and a thing in the front. It's got a little hood on it, and they cost like next to nothing. And every time I want to go to 7-Eleven, I'm starting up my 2.4-liter petrol engine, and I'm thinking, well, no, I'd rather just 3 wheels, and that's perfect. Bring it home. It's got like 100 kilometers range, and I'm doing like 7 a day, so I don't even have to charge it every day, you know. And to me, that works. And so a small car would work. But
Yeah,
for long touring, you know,
if you're doing that, you might as well just buy a damn golf cart.
Well,
that's what they are. That's what they are, Robert. Yeah,
that's their whole purpose.
Have you seen the Polaris slingshots? Those 3-wheel.
Yeah, I have.
The slingshot. Yeah, I know what you're talking about, man. Yeah.
Are they in Thailand? You ever see them in Thailand? People probably go
but
nuts if they were in Thailand. Like, oh my god.
But everyone I see in my soy, everyone's, you know, outside 7-Eleven, they either have the scooters, the 2-wheel ones that look like a scooter. I mean, you know, like a push scooter, or the 3-wheelers. There's loads of people have them.
Huh.
But you know, yeah, oh yeah, big thing.
Yeah. Going back to what Robert said earlier with the cold weather, you know, Scandinavia and other parts of Northern Europe and other stuff are putting a major amount of money into e-fuel research, because for that exact reason, when it gets, you know, minus 10 or more Celsius, it's almost impossible to use your electric car to go more than a few kilometers.
Really?
The amount of charge the batteries, the amount of charge the vehicle uses just to keep the batteries at operating temperature cuts the mileage down ridiculously, and then everything else in the car's labouring under tighter tolerances because of the cold. And electric motors don't like that. It has a hell of a time, yeah. They're toying with they already use incinerators to make electricity to get rid of their garbage. So they're toying with the ideas of using the emissions from their incinerators to create the e-fuel.
Slingshots, yep. Those things are crazy.
Oh yeah, they look cool, ass.
You can get one of those roadsters. They have 0 to 60 in 1.1 seconds if you get the fully loaded options of the SpaceX option that has rockets on the side of it. They have rocket thrusters. on the side of the Roadster.
Well,
1.6 seconds, 0 to 60.
I think they're great for a track day. You know what I mean? But when you're going from here to Pattaya,
Rockets on the
you
side of your
know,
car.
the police won't stop you. That's for sure. They'll be scared stiff of you.
I wonder what do they cost, those things?
A Roadster?
Oh, that's a good point. Good point. Yeah.
200,000 or something like that.
Oh, geez, really? So that's
Like
when
a
I just go
car.
buy myself a Lotus number 7, also known today as a Caterham 7. And just build the thing myself and drive it around with a 2-litre petrol motor.
And cut the lawn in your spare time. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah,
They've got
200.
a
Rockets are a $50,000 option, so it's 200,000. If you want the one with the rockets on it, that's 250,000 for that option to get it down to 1.1 seconds.
Can you fry the neighbour's cat with the rocket?
Yeah, I don't know. They've not sold me on the whole electric thing yet.
No,
Not
I
around
think
here.
for the
There it
reasons
is.
that
The
I sort of
world's
like
fastest
outlined.
production car, Roadster. It's still 200,000.
Yeah, but I'd still rather win Lotto and buy a Koenigsegg or a Bugatti.
Wow, the Bugattis are petrol for a
Problem
start.
with Tesla is it's like there's a real difference between a Monday, a Wednesday, and a Friday build. They just so many of them fall to bits. There's so many YouTubers out there that are buying them and like they're taking them in to do the whole. Oh, how well did I do with my purchase? They take them to the repairer and like cables that are almost bitten through by the car because they're sitting on some stupid chassis seam and all sorts of
Yeah.
dangerous shit. I'm just thinking, bloody hell, you paid this much money for a car and it's this poorly built. Forget that.
It's like all those old kit cars in the old days. They were always put on a Volkswagen chassis. Our Beetle chassis.
Yeah.
That's what they said. Get hold of an old Beetle and put our Airfix on top of it.
Old Austin muscle car.
They're talking about muscle cars in the chat. There's a particular muscle car in Asia that's pretty cool, and what it is actually a HX or HZ Kingswood from Australia, but the two-door, the Monaro version. But it's actually got a 13B rotary in it because Mazda co-sold them with a rotary, so you can only get them in Asia with this rotary engine. And I reckon it'd be sick. It'd be awesome.
See, for me, I look for a car that gives me a really nice, comfortable drive, like a Rolls Royce.
I thought you were going to say a chubby.
No, I don't want any of these fast bloody Lamborghinis. I did a trip from Bangkok to Chiang Mai in a Lamborghini. I can't remember the name now. It was nice. It was yellow.
Gallardo.
Murcielago. Yeah. Oh no, Murcielago. And actually, we would have done it quite fast, but you have to kept stopping off to fill up with oil. It drank oil like you wouldn't believe. But it was fun.
That sounds like an Italian car.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? It does. Actually, it does. But we got to Chiang Mai and we met our friends at this bar near the what do you call it, that water in the middle, the canal thing. And he was just taking people around the moat. People go, oh, it's a lovely car, photos taken. Oh, can we have a ride in it? And he spent most of his time driving around the you could hear it from 10 miles away, by the way. And he was just taking people around for joyrides. Yeah, I mean, it's a crowd pleaser. It's a beautiful looking car. Oh,
Yeah, there's a study out that they did a little while ago. Ferrari wanted to work out how their sales retention was, and it turns out the majority of Ferrari buyers end up buying a German car because they get sick of the repair in the Italian car. They go buy an Audi, Mercedes, or BMW because they get sick to death. They still want the speed and the handling, but they don't want the thing to fall apart every 2 minutes.
Now, someone said to me, you buy a Ferrari, whatever you paid for it, put the same amount into the bank, and that might look after the whole maintenance for the next 10 years. Because, you can't do your own maintenance on it for a start. You can't even get into the engine. They won't allow you to get anywhere near it. So,
well, there's the old Ferrari 308 the old original race car,
Yeah.
and there's a guy who had a collection of them in the UK, and I remember James May from Top Gear was talking to him, and he was saying about one of the cars, he hadn't driven it for like 7 years or something. It's a museum piece basically, and he went to just move it, and just the act of starting the car, checking it over, and getting his mechanic to make sure it was all ready to go. The alternator bracket broke and screwed a heap of stuff up just by starting it. Oh my God, we're crying out loud.
Yeah, but that's a classic shape, that car. That's really nice.
Yeah, well,
it
it goes
is.
back to that Ford versus Ferrari days, isn't it?
Yeah, I think Lamborghini have the style better than Ferrari, to be honest. But that's
I think
just
they're
me.
both pretty good in their own right.
Yeah, but, that's a
I mean,
classic one to pop up.
they're both a brilliant car at the same time. The Ferrari had the Testarossa and Lamborghini had the what do you call it, Countach.
Yeah, and a Countach. I mean, I've never understood that car. I mean, to own it, you just buy it and put it in your showroom in your house and show people around it. You don't actually go and drive
Drive
the thing,
about
do you?
peak. I remember watching Jay Leno drive his one.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I had a mate who had an old Ferrari here in Thailand, and he said it's a pain to drive. The clutch was so heavy, and it was like,
No
you had
power
to be
steering.
careful going over the no power steering for sure.
Yeah.
And he said any bump he had to go like creep over it, and there were bicycles overtaking him, and then he would shoot off again. Then he'd have to slow down again over railway lines, and he said, "No, nightmare." But if you're a real petrol head, I guess you like all that stuff. So.
Well, that's like my BMW versus my four-wheel drive, Andy. The BMW is way quicker, even though it's got the smaller engine and everything. You get on the road to my place because the road's so rough. You do about 40 kilometers an hour in the BMW, so you don't destroy it, and you can drive down there at 150 in the four-wheel drive and wouldn't care less.
Yeah, exactly. My son's just bought the new 2022 Ford Ranger Raptor.
Oh,
I don't know what he wants with it, because I've seen the videos and all that, but it's great off road. He never goes off road. And
where would you go off road there? You have to.
Well, I don't know why he's got it, but it looks like a Tesla inside. It's got a massive screen, and I mean, it's lovely. He hasn't brought it home yet. He's about to do it in the next few days. He's got it like on the bed. He's got one of those electric covers as well, so to get access to the bed, just and all that. But I mean, my question was, well, I didn't ask him, is why the hell did you buy it? But does 0 to 60 in about 7 seconds, 6 seconds. It's a pickup, for heaven's sake. I know. I can't wait to see it, though. I can't wait to drive it. Go down potholes and not care. And care about your rims. There's no rim caring over that one. But it's a lovely car.
Well, probably bug your wheel alignment a bit, though. That's the thing.
Well, I don't see what this thing's capable of. Have a look at it. Ford Ranger Raptor. It's standard
that Raptor would be like it.
Well,
I picture that going down the road in Thailand.
I mean, but I think he's not. He's got it for some. I don't know. For some reason, I don't know. He got a very good deal on it. I know that because he bought. A friend of his bought just a Ford Ranger, and after 6 months of buying, it moved to America, and it was in a garage for like a year, taken care of, but in a year. And his friend said, "Oh, just take over the payments." So he did that. He never drove it. He then drove it into Ford and said, "I want the Raptor. How much are you giving me for this?" And they gave him. So that was his down payment, and his repayments are the same as if he'd had the Ford Ranger. So so he was, lucky, I guess. But
I'd like to see Robert's truck drive around in Thailand.
Throw a picture up there, Andy.
Yeah, I'm about to do it.
Because Robert's truck, if it's what I'm thinking it is, it'd be about a third bigger again than that Ford Raptor.
Dually.
No, it's not a dually.
No, she's not a dually, but it has got a Duramax in it.
No, that's not. You gotta put mine up there. Oh, you're doing the Ranger thing. Sorry about that.
No, sorry, I was doing the Raptor. What's your thing?
Mine's a Duramax.
A Ford or what? I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with that. Is it a Ford?
Hey, Andy, I have a shared screen. There you go.
Oh, okay.
Now, when you wake up in the morning and that's what your yard looks like, you understand why I have truck.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
And you'll understand why I'm in Thailand.
Yeah,
yeah.
we don't know what antifreeze is.
And that's
No,
just
we got it.
flurries. That's not even snow.
Oh, that's cool, dude.
You know,
I mean, well, cool. So
the thing of it is though is where I'm at. If you ain't got a 4-wheel drive and a sizable one, if it snows pretty good, and that right there wasn't a bad snow. I mean, that was probably only 8 inches.
That's what she said.
Plowing my way out of my yard. Well,
back in
some
the
of us
late-
are blessed, Ron.
back in the
Yeah, you
late
wait.
70s.
That's why you go to Thailand where those ladies are smaller.
Right.
Everything looks
You guys are-
everything looks bigger for them. That's the thing.
Right.
But that's what I'm talking about when it comes to electric stuff. It doesn't matter how quick it'll move, at least where I'm at.
Here's
And
what it
then-
was.
Yeah, it's just unless it can drill a hole through snow, forget it.
Yeah, I used to have to tour Norway, Scandinavia as a DJ back in the day. So we're talking late 70s, 78, 79. And I needed a reliable car. And it was just when the Japanese car invasion happened in the UK. So I bought a Datsun 120Y Coupe, which is a very ordinary car. Now, in good condition, it's worth quite a bit. But anyway, I took it to the north of Norway, parked it outside a club, didn't look at it for a month. Had to come back and find it with a pole as it was completely covered with snow. Not completely covered. We dug it out, put the ignition key in, started up first.
And those Scandinavian countries, they're getting rid of gas cars. They're going like full electric. The Scandinavian countries, they're outlawing gas cars. If I remember, I read that somewhere.
I mean,
Yeah, that's something to work out well for.
Volvo are going electric now because Norway's.
Nobody
I lived in Norway
achieve
for a
that,
long
right?
time.
You realise that.
Car for life, mate. Volvo, car for life. They used to have. They all
Volvos
go
are
around.
wonderful cars. If you
Oh yeah, they used to drive around in those old Volvos. I can't remember. I'll try and look for one. The old shape. They look like sort of a 50s American car.
Station wagon.
oh, I know the ones.
I think you do, and they were like.
Stuff.
Lots of kids had them. Lots of kids had them. I'm trying to find one, but they were, I mean, they weren't the brick, which was also a good car. I got it. It's not a good picture.
When I bought my BMW, I wanted a Volvo S80 because they come with a 4.4 litre Yamaha built V8, and that's what I wanted. But you think you could find one that hadn't been destroyed by some old Chinese woman's bloody handframe, destroying all the steering wheel, all the knobs and everything on the inside? Yeah.
You got to stop stereotyping people, mate.
I'm not joking. Every single one of them, you rock up there and it'll be like some either Asian dude or a white dude, and his missus is there. You only see her after you see the devastation of the knobs in the
station
car.
wagon.
Oh, yeah.
Volvo station wagon.
Yeah, the one I was meaning was the one on the right there, the red one. They all
Yeah,
have those.
Gangster looking car.
Oh yeah,
They'll
sort of
evolve
like
Monster, gangster
American
girl.
50s, right? American 50s, you know. If they'd been in America, that you would have made like a muscle car out of it. You know, you'd have had the engine protruding from the bonnet.
You got to get it black and have a Tommy gun with you.
Well, there we go. Well, that's what you'd have in Baltimore, but you know.
Oh no, they go way crazy Tommy gun.
Yeah, I've seen some of the cars because you've been driving around on some of your streams. The cars there all look very, most of them understated, right? They're just like quite a few Japanese cars as well, like a lot of Hondas. And then just from your stream,
It's all
you're
over the
driving
place
around.
here. It's whatever people want. It's a lot of Hondas and Toyotas, Fords. It's everything's all over the spectrum.
Yeah. So when you come into Thailand again, then Ron?
23 days.
Okay, I'm going to say I'll meet you because we've done this conversation so many times
I
and you
know,
never
I've
do.
hit you up
So
before.
fuck you, fuck you.
I have hit
You
you
know
up.
where I
I'm
am.
in
You
the
have
area.
my
But yeah, it's
contacts.
last minute. I'm spurred a moment type of person.
You just
It's
don't
very
want
hard for me to
hang
make a plan. I still don't have a plan of what I'm even doing there. When I'm going to be there 3 months. I have no idea what I'm doing.
Yeah, well, when the novelty of you being here wears off, then I'll come down and visit you or whatever. We'll hang out for a day.
I think
If
I'm
you
going
want
to
to hang out
Udon
with an
first.
oldie.
I'm going to Udon first, and then I think I'm going to be in Pat's for like Christmas week.
Oh no, yeah, forget Chris. I've got a hectic one as well. But Zeej will stand by. I'm quite good fun when I go out for the evening. Aren't I, Zeej?
Let's do it.
Oh, he's wonderful.
There you go. I'm quite good company, I think.
Super fun, Ron. You should try it.
Oh, shut up, Zeej. Stop
Okay.
it.
Gotta go get some bottles at 808.
Hey,
Get some bottles at 808.
bottles of just. What are you saying?
Get some bottles. Bottle service at 808. Or
What's
Insomnia.
808? I don't know what
All
808
the
is.
happening. It's all the happening clubs on Walking Street.
Okay, I'll introduce you. I'll introduce you to Kratom when you come here. We're now bottling it. We're bottling it with Kratom is brilliant, bro. It's legal, and we're making it 9 times the strength of anything out there. And you take one bottle of that, and it's like
I think I've had it before.
No, it's been around for hundreds of years, loads and loads of years.
Yeah, you make it yourselves. Yeah.
Yeah, but no, don't forget we brew craft beer anyway. But we've gone into it's a big market now, Kratom craft, and I tell you, take a bottle of that, and it just gives you super energy. It's like a Red Bull, but it's healthier. You know, no shit, no alcohol in it.
Oh,
Absolutely
really?
no alcohol in it.
Huh.
But no, trust me, trust me. You take a bottle of that, you're good to go for the night.
Oh, wow.
Can you put
Really?
alcohol in it?
You can, but it's
Red Bull
no.
with some vodka in it.
You drink alcohol around it. Okay, drink it as a drink. It comes in 330 ml bottles, and you just have to, and people are flavoring it with cola and lemonade, and we just put pure lime in and ginger, and anyway, so it's like tricking you into it's a health drink. So you drink it and you feel great. It just gives you a buzz. It's great. It's really, really good.
So
trust me.
How much amphetamines does it have in it?
Well, I mean, if there's amphetamines, no, it's Kratom leaves with whatever they are. I mean, I've got a plant in my garden. Yeah, I know. You got to try it. You got to look. Kratom. Ron's writing it down. Andy said I must. Kratom. Kratom.
Creighton? Oh, I know what that is.
Kratom.
Oh yeah, I have that. I have some.
You've already had it
Oh yeah.
as a drink.
No, not as a drink. I have pills. Kratom pills.
Yeah, well, my mate does the one. Yeah, does those as well. Yeah, and my wife's now because she's got an opening of a Kratom shop as a sort of a retailer's shop where you can go and see all different products. He's got gummies. He's got, and my wife's baking the cookies for it. Yeah. But it's totally legal. And one bottle, it's not like you feel like you're doing anything wrong, which takes half the excitement out of it. But it's nice. Yeah, trust me. Really.
Recreational weed just got passed in Baltimore. So
Oh, it's just got past here, man.
Yeah, I know.
Months.
I was there. I was smoking it
Yeah.
on Kosan
Yeah.
Road.
Yeah.
I had to. I
Ty-
was like, I can't believe I'm buying weed on Kosan. Well, I could have bought
I
it,
know.
but like,
No,
there's
but-
a whole stand. And like,
Yeah, we've been
It's
buying
great.
it for years
Live.
via Facebook, but to actually walk into a shop and go, yes, here's 25 different varieties, like the States, I know, but for Thailand, we just leapt. We just missed those tiny little steps. 1 minute you were 25 years in jail, next minute you smoke it anywhere you want.
yeah, exactly. Are they gonna have? Do they have like bars where you can smoke?
Yes. I've got all the names of all the bars.
You're not supposed
not
to,
every
though,
bar
right?
does
But
it.
I don't think you're supposed to, but they're doing it.
Well, it's a bit of a grey area, but you won't get done. It's fine.
Yeah.
Trust me. I used to smoke it there when it was illegal. So now
Yeah.
it's probably better. Right? Okay, I'm going on a beer run. I'll catch up with you guys in about 5 minutes.
Tall boys.
Um,
Oh yeah.
we got the World Cup. World Cup now for Leo.
The guitars. The guitar.
Yeah,
World Cup.
yeah.
I just watched some Netflix documentary about. I don't even like soccer, but I like
FIFA,
documentaries.
Yeah, I'm halfway through it. Halfway through FIFA, right? With Zed
Yeah,
Blatter and all those
I
guys.
watched
Yeah. All right, I'll catch up with you guys in a minute.
All right, bud. Cheers. Woo, Johnny, what's up?
Not a lot, Ron. How are you doing, buddy?
Chilling. Man.
So you
Oh,
made it.
God,
G'day, C. G'day, Robert. How you doing?
Hanging in there.
Ah,
I should be in bed already, but I figure I'd make the rounds.
well, there's nothing wrong with a little bit of surfing and showing support. There's nothing wrong with that.
Oh, absolutely not. Other than I got to be up early in the morning, which is going to suck. But
Yeah, I was just thinking it is getting a bit late for you.
oh yeah,
But
nothing new.
yeah, I must admit, at times our judgment gets clouded when we're having you're involved in a good conversation with a good group of people, then you look at the clock and go, "By the geez, I've got to get up early in the morning," and yeah. Anyhow,
Yeah. Nature of the beast.
yeah. So, Ron, you want to run away from the winter, did you?
Oh yeah, this is my first time I'm doing this. I think I'm going to do this forever now. December to March. It's like the worst time to be here. So.
I did it for 20 years, Ron.
Oh, cool.
And, the disease we had to have finish that off. But the other part about it is I don't like winter. I never, ever did. I never enjoyed it.
Me neither.
I used to
like
like winter. Used to. Not so much anymore.
Yeah, but then you grew up and got older, Robert, and then you realised it wasn't fun anymore.
Well, yeah. When you get older, it's no damn fun. But when I was younger, it wasn't too bad.
And I can remember, with a tractor and a bale of hay, driving across, the paddocks, feeding out hay to cows, and it was, that cold, because no cab on, but the snot running out your nose would be bloody frozen, and God, and your hands, your hands would be like a block of ice, even though you had gloves, and all this shit. Yeah, when I moved away from the mountain, I thought, oh, this is good. This is good. But then again, that snow line thing, at times it was bloody colder just below the snow line than it was in the snow. And I don't miss it at all.
So it sounds like it's going to be busy for the first time in a long time, though. This December, expecting the same place that I got when I went last. Like 3 months ago? I paid like $300 for a month. Now it's $1,500 for the month for the same place.
Holy smokes.
Yep.
That's quite a jump.
But a lot of places are like that. At least the nicer places where people want that have some money. So they're like boosting them up now.
Wow.
Yeah.
You can
Well-
still find some cheap places, but those cheap places were like way even cheaper. Like those cheap places are like what I paid for like a nice place. I'm gonna have to pay like maybe $300 for the month. I'm a little upset about it. Definitely not paying $1,500. Just not gonna be able to stay at the place I want to stay. It's way too much. Way out of my ballpark. Way out of my range. I like to try and spend like $5 a night on a room. $10 if it's like luxurious.
Economies of scale. Amazing thing.
Yeah,
Now
with
even the dollar to the bot is going down too.
With the places opening back up, it really goes back to supply and demand. There's a lot more demand on places. So, and they've got dollars to recoup that they lost. So, yeah, I know exactly what you're saying, Ron.
Yes, I started going in 2018. I never really went for a high season. So, yeah, you're right. I don't know anything about the Euro trash high season.
But
Long
then
after I
again,
started going, I've only been like 3 or 4 times before.
it depends on where you are. You get up around get up around the villages. The smaller places.
Oh yeah.
And it's the prices don't alter. It's the same all year round, and
Yeah.
different way of different style of life too, which is sometimes it's good, but it depends. Everybody's got different desires and stuff like that.
I just really like this place, the Grand Avenue. It's like my favorite place when I stay in Pat's. I'm definitely not staying there this time. I can't find it for less than $1,500. I even hit her up because I had her number from before. See if I was like, look, you can move me around from like whatever's available. Like I don't have to stay in the same one. Like you got a couple days at this place, a couple days. I'll move around, trying to see if she can give me some kind of deal. She said the only deal she had was like in Jomtien. She still wanted like $1,000 a month in Jomtien. Jesus, man.
But John GM is it's always been pretty good value because it's not that far away, but it's just far enough out of it that you get a better value for dollar.
For sure. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with Jomtien. I just wish there was like a bot bus that would you don't have to like do the stop thing, but whatever. Not like a direct. How come on the left? He come on the left says we can be anything we want. Yep.
Big John in the chat, just turn your camera on for a minute, and when I realise you're a real person, I'll put you on. Yeah, no worries, buddy. I'll put you on. Thank you very much for that.
Hey, what's up, everybody? How's everyone doing?
Hello, what's going on, man?
Terrific, mate. Welcome, Big John.
Hey, how you doing?
Yeah, all good, mate. All good.
Yeah. I mean, big. Big time.
A Russian condo in Jomtien. The place they have is the Riviera. It's
I don't think I've never
really
been here on
nice.
this channel, so
What's that?
I said I've never been on this channel, but you guys seem cool, so
I guess.
Oh yeah, we're pretty easy going.
Yeah, the whole thing about this channel, mate, is it's just conversation in general.
I mean, I like to drink, get fucked up. That's life choices, but yeah.
Each to their own. Each to their own. Our man Ron there can relate to all of that. He has perfected it.
I'm getting better. Takes practice.
But you know, Ron's our mate. You know, he's all right.
Yeah. Oh, it's definitely good. I put 12 ounces of liquor on that with an 8 ounces of soda, so it better be good as fuck.
That's how you do it, man.
She's like, it's good as fuck. I'm like, damn right, it's good as fuck.
Soda's just for a little bit of coloring. Just a little bit of coloring.
I mean, I don't know if we can see the coloring, I guess, but it's not good. But
What are you
it's good.
drinking on? What's your alcohol?
Cheap vodka with pineapple juice right now.
Oh, there you go. That's fine. You really want to spice up? Put some Red Bull with that pineapple juice. I like the Red Bull pineapple
Where's my
juice.
hookers at? Where's my hookers at? Why you grabbing my titty? Why you grabbing that titty?
What?
I'm like, I'm gonna attack physically. Nah, I'm just telling. So how's
Hey,
everyone doing? Like, how's everyone doing? I mean,
Not bad. But anyways,
so okay, let me ask. Okay, can I ask 2 questions before everyone goes?
Yeah.
What's a typical Friday, guys, for you guys? I want to. Okay, so what do you do when you wake up and to the end of the night, partying wise
On a Friday?
on a Friday? I'll tell you mine first. I'll go first.
All right.
I wake up at 12 o'clock ish, and then I masturbate. Definitely masturbate.
Okay.
And then I buy 2 pints of liquor. I
Right.
buy 2 good pints of liquor, and then I buy a cheap pipe of liquor to hang out with friends.
Wow, okay.
Okay. And then we go to a club, and then after the club, we hang out. And then when I go home, I have the 2 pints of good liquor, and I'll be like, "What the fuck did I just do to that night?" Pretty much.
I hear you. So
Yeah.
you just work like a 4-day work week? You say Fridays off?
5 day. We're talking today's 5 day. Friday
I know.
is the
Today's
end of
Friday.
the night.
You only work a 4-day week because you said on Friday. You said on Friday you do all this.
Friday night.
So
Well,
you only
I
work
get
Monday.
off at 5 in the afternoon. I don't work Saturday or Sunday, but I get off at 5. So, but I work from 8 to 5.
On a Friday?
Yeah, Monday through Friday, 8 to 5.
You say you wake on your typical Friday. You wake up at noon.
Yeah, because I work from home, but I still work every day. But like the pay period where I can cut off is at 5.
Oh, okay.
No, I work from home, but you still gotta be up at 8 o'clock, clock in. You still gotta clock out at 5 every day.
Sounds like a pretty sweet gig.
Not really. It sucks ass.
Yeah.
You gotta be sober and talk to people all day. And no. like a Zoom call what we're on right now. You have to literally talk to everyone. Like, nah, you can't party for shit.
Big John, can I ask you a question? Do you
Yeah.
do this like regular every weekend? That's your process. Every
What,
Friday?
party?
What
Yeah,
you just
party.
said.
Yeah.
And what about Sunday night?
I mean, what are you talking about? Like typical, like when they stop drinking on Sunday?
I'm just wondering what you're going to be doing
I
with
mean, I'll
work the
stop
next
drinking
morning.
like at 2:00.
Hmm.
I work at 8 in the morning, so I'm good.
Makes sense.
I mean, yeah.
Hmm.
But I work at home, so I mean, who's gonna like? I'm not gonna get like. I don't have to drive anyway.
But you gotta talk to people.
I mean, I'm talking to you guys right now straight. Am I
Right.
slurring or something? Like,
Nobody
yeah,
ever calls you out. They're like, "Hey, have you been drinking today?" Nobody ever calls you
yeah,
out.
pretty much. I don't know.
You know?
I mean, am I slurring? I don't think I'm slurring. So,
You're doing fine, Big John. Don't worry.
I mean, am I slurring? I've been drinking since 5:30. So,
I couldn't understand you. You were slurring. No, seriously, you're fine.
No,
You're
What
fine.
time zone are you in? 5:30. Are you in Eastern?
I'm pretty
Standard?
sure I'm speaking clearly because I can see the circle. If the circle is the halfway, I can tell that I'm not speaking clearly or not. So right now,
What
if you're
time zone are you
with
in,
me,
Big John?
I mean, that's fucked up. But yeah,
Cheers, Big John. Cheers,
Sure.
mate.
Are you on Eastern Standard Time or?
I mean it's 1:18, so I guess that would be. I mean it's 1:18 right now.
All right, it's 2:18 on Eastern Standard, so whatever it
Oh.
is. So you're like
Cheers,
okay.
Ron. Cheers,
Central
Ron, mate.
Central time.
Cheers, Ron.
Ooh. Alcohol.
Hey guys, hey, you can go at me as hard as you want, dude. But I mean I'm not fucked up, so.
We didn't
Oh,
say you were. You're the only person saying that you're not, and we agree with you.
it'd be interesting if the work from home type mobs had a module,
I mean, you
like
can see
a
my eyes are not
breathalyzer
even
you
red.
plugged
Like,
in.
if you, look, are my eyes
Yeah.
red?
Nice one, Johnny.
Did you work at home before the situation, or did the situation make you have to work at home?
What is the situation? You're talking about COVID?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So before that, you had to go into an office.
Hey, they think I'm sober. Oh, like, well, I'm not sober, but yeah.
Yeah.
I've never met Big John before, but he's definitely a guy that is really sort of deep down thinks that he drinks too much, but he's trying to cover up for I don't.
I'm definitely not sober if that's the case.
Nothing exceeds like excess.
Absolutely.
I mean, okay, ask me any questions. Like, I mean, you sound like, I mean, it's like disrespect now. Like, I mean, actually,
No.
like,
Oh,
now,
all
so,
right.
like, a little disrespect now.
No, mate. There's no disrespect.
No. Don't go that way, bro.
I mean, it sounds like it now.
We
No,
like
it
to have a
doesn't.
laugh and a joke, mate. We like to have a laugh and a
Okay,
joke.
hey, go at me. Go at me as hard as you got. Let's see what you got.
No,
Well, we
don't
won't be
wanna.
doing that. We won't be
I
doing
can
that
do-
because
I can do that.
that's
You
not
look
what
like
we're about.
Spoon's twin.
There's diseases in there. Go on there, mate.
You look like Spoon's twin.
Oh no.
I mean, for somebody that doesn't even count up and talking shit, it's kind of weird too.
Oh damn!
Mhm.
There it is. Shots fired.
He's even got the same hat as Spoon. Is there like a website, Spoon Hats Inc. or something?
So what's up, everyone? What's everyone doing today?
Staring at the wall.
Okay, let me put it this way. Who's the youngest one here?
Me.
Are you?
Probably
I'm
you.
The oldest. I'm the
Probably
oldest.
you, Big John.
Okay, so why are you? First off, why are you talking shit to the young one?
What did I say that was talking shit to the young ones? I love the young ones, mate. You don't know me.
Go ahead.
I just
So I
Right.
told you my birth. Okay, what's your birthday? And I'll tell you my birthday.
8th of the 1st, 53.
What?
8th of the 1st, 53.
Okay. You go next.
Huh?
You go next.
Okay. You can be my daddy, and let's just leave it at
You can be
that.
That's the first time my age has worked positive for me. Yeah. No, we don't take the piss. You just come into a group, a couple of us having a few beers.
No, I
you
just want to
come
hang
in,
out.
You know, we're not a trash channel. You know, we don't do that. So, you know,
I'd never do that either. I'm just
Yeah.
chilling.
you're cool. Don't think anybody's having a go at you because that's far from.
Okay. So when I tell you my birthday, you probably will give me the boot. Let's leave it at that.
Well, you're too young. He's not
No,
even
I
18
mean
yet.
34. If we'll leave it at that.
I would have said that.
No, I'm
Oh.
18. No, I'm 34.
I would have said that. Mid-30s, I would have gone for, yeah.
Okay. I mean, I guess. Well, I mean, okay.
What's may I ask? And this is with all due respect. So, what is your like? Are you American, right? And
I am 100% American citizen. Yeah.
okay.
I live in Texas.
Yeah. Are
You
your
have dual
family?
citizenship?
Are your family from America, or are you?
I do pay my
From another-
taxes, and yes, I vote Republican. If that pisses you off, well, you could say that
I
now.
don't. No, let's not talk politics now. Shut up with that.
So what's up? Well, I mean, you had to
See
go
you, Anna.
somewhere with what you were saying. So.
No, I was just wondering where your background was from because you don't look typically American. I would say you have some other blood in
I'm
you.
100% American. So yeah.
It's got like a 10 o'clock shadow happening. It's
Oh, I
like
live in
double the
Trailer Park.
clock.
Okay, that works too.
The Panthers are having a rough season, ain't they?
I mean, you gotta look. Okay, so someone say I live in Trailer Park. Let's see your background.
Carroll Park.
That's what you literally just said.
Oh, I said your Carolina Panthers are having a rough season, aren't they?
Oh, I thought you said I was a trailer in the trailer park.
I said
Oh, okay.
the Carolina Panthers are having a rough season.
No, I mean, yeah. Hey, I like the hat. If you haven't seen, I mean, you can see this. If you just see right there in front of you, you would know that it was Cowboys right there. I mean, you wouldn't have
Oh,
saw
you're just
that,
confused.
right?
You're confused. You got
Where did it-
Cowboys and
So much
Carolina.
confused.
I'm confused. Where did Trailer Park come into that conversation?
No, I
He wanted
misunderstood.
it.
I heard a little something. I mean,
He's
I
ready.
mean,
He's on
You're
it.
paranoid. You're paranoid.
if I'm paranoid or not.
Too much confused.
I mean, okay, let me put it this way. Anyone have bad ceiling in front of me? Oh, hold on. Hold on.
Ceiling
We're gonna.
Pretty nice.
See you, Robert. Thank you for joining me.
Oh, where did it go?
One eye? Oh, he's got the
I'm
one eye.
pretty sure no one has that in front of me. So.
So how come the trailer's got such a fancy ceiling?
Oh, there you go. Let's see your trailer park. Show me. Show me it.
How many rolls of duct tape does it take to join that many trailers together?
How many hookers does it take for you to get one hooker either?
It's called En Suite.
Oh, look at your house. Show me your house.
It's at least a double wide. Maybe it's a triple. Maybe a triple wide.
Oh, let's see. Hey, let's see your. Hey, I want to make sure the rat cockroach don't take that over either.
Right.
Oh, where's my shoes?
John's part of the one-eyed gang.
Huh?
The one-eyed gang.
And you're the one bitch game that. Wait, what's the last
Yeah.
time you got laid?
Long time ago.
This morning.
Yeah, let's see the bitch you got laid to. Was that your mom?
She's atrocious. Trust me. You don't want to see her. You just be.
Yeah, I probably don't. It's probably out of my asshole.
You're all good, John. Big ups.
I don't even know you. I don't even know why you were trying to prove a point.
How'd you find this channel, Big John?
Yeah, good point. Good question. Yeah. How do you find the channel, Big John?
No. He asking the main guy asking me.
I was asking you how you found the channel.
I mean, through a friend, but we'll leave that at that.
Oh, so you got Cowboys. Are you a Mosh guy or something?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. That makes sense.
Well, that was exciting.
All right.
Tune in next week for more.
Interesting guy.
Good one,
He's on
Ron.
that side of the game.
Bringing your friends on here, Ron.
I didn't want to tell you guys. Yeah, me and John go way back.
Knew it. I just knew it. Who wants to see outside where I'm staying in this cheap joint?
How long you staying?
Leave here on the 15th and then I go back to Manila.
Oh, sure.
So what
Then I fly
about,
back to Australia.
yeah, and then you start working again.
Pretty much. All the fun stuff.
Are you having a good time there, bro?
Oh, it's been relaxing. Except for the sore ass from the motorbike.
Oh, you've done a lot of that, have you?
Are you show us how the motorbike?
Anyway.
Wrong. Oh, geez, she's got the camera on now. There's the bike. That did the damage.
There's the cheap bike, but it came free with the little unit we're in, which is just this little typical little thing.
They give you a bike to use for free. That's pretty nice.
I've heard that before.
Oh,
I've
shit.
heard that before. Yeah. In Thailand, I've heard that before.
Oh,
Yeah.
knocking the missus's laundry up the line here.
Yeah, where is the missus?
But she's flying around inside. But it's just like these, I don't know what you call it. These are all new across the road. Nobody's even in them yet.
Bloody hell, one of them, right? All empty, yeah?
Yeah, except for like the odd one, yeah.
Yeah, I've never got that. I've seen those around Thailand, and I'm sure Ron's seen them. You're going down the highway and you look over to left or right and you see all these townhouses that are being built, not occupied. And they're just like, they never will be occupied. So why were they built in the first place, to be honest?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, but they, what do you call it? I think they charge too much for them. So a few people buy in because of housing pressures, and then that's it. Once the people who needed to buy somewhere are gone, then they can't sell it to anyone. Oh, damn gatekeep.
Is it like in the middle of nowhere? Yeah, my point. Well done. Are you near the beach?
No. Near the mountain.
Oh.
Because the cousin lives up in the mountains, so it's actually quite nice up there. There's heaps of rivers and all that.
Up the
jazz
mountain,
going. Yeah. So the mountains are just there.
Oh dear. No, you look like you're in the middle of nowhere.
That's about. It's quiet though, because you go into town.
Now his Wi-Fi is going
Oh,
on.
he's getting away from that Wi-Fi.
Yeah,
So-
5 meters, 6 foot, 6 foot.
Oh.
He's social distancing with the router. 6 foot safe, 5 foot danger.
But it was as cheap as, and it came with a free motorbike. So, not wins too much.
How far away from town are you?
10 minutes, not even. And that's with
Right.
going like slow because of traffic. Yeah.
And how good
If
is
you're
the
in a car, you
town?
probably.
How's it good? How
Oh,
good
it's
is the
pretty good.
town? Bars and stuff, or
It's not bad.
pubs? And-
Yeah, there's stuff on the shorefront, and there's like a big restaurant district, and there's about 3 or 4 malls that are worth going to. Yeah.
Where's the Sari store that sells the beer?
Yeah.
Mm.
Oh, that's out the front. Yeah, that's out the front. Yeah. Look how we got some locals coming with their bits and pieces pulled apart. Don't want anyone stealing your bike, just pull the wheels off it.
But you got like no neighbors or anything, right? You're just isolated
there's
on your own
people
there,
next
right?
door. People next door, there's people in there, and 2 doors down on the right, and then right next door there's a few people, so it's not too bad.
Oh, that's all right.
Yeah.
Do you have air conditioning?
Yes.
Right.
Yeah, definitely. And Netflix and all that shit. Yeah.
Okay.
You
What
just
would you
have
do?
shit internet.
Yeah.
Well,
He has it.
yeah.
He has Netflix. He just can't watch it.
Well,
Yeah,
it's on,
that's-
it's on and I'm streaming to you guys right now for the Wi-Fi, so it's not doing too bad
Mm.
today. We had there was like a typhoon brewing the other day when I was trying to talk.
Yeah, you had a real problem with that. You tried so hard.
Yeah, I tried and I tried.
I tried, but it was slow. Yeah.
He was hard and he was trying.
But if you go right up top of that mountain there, the bloody power station and the water supply come from the same place. It's a fucking geothermal joint running off of a hot spring thing.
Yep.
It's actually pretty cool. And that top of the other where the clouds are built up on the other one, that's Japs were posted up there during the war, and the Yanks bombed the living shit out of them that much they all gave up. Come down all fucking shell shocked and shit. That's all bloody marred up and scarred up. It's all been hit. Even all this time later. So it's pretty cool. Ron's mates getting there, annihilating people.
Yeah, the little houses look like more like weekend getaways for the people in, well, the city. I don't know how far's the city away. Do you have a city?
The city, yeah, the city. I mean, the city of Dumagetti's only 10 minutes.
Where's
So
the
what
lake?
are they?
Like,
Are they about 120 square metres, something like that?
not that
These things, no, God no. So sit between the
90,
pillars
80?
there, that's one
Yeah.
joint.
Oh,
So it's like my
shit.
bedroom in Australia is bigger than the whole fucking house.
Well, the one thing about it, you would, if you went inside, you wouldn't change your mind. There's not enough room.
Oh, it's all right. It's
Yeah,
just somewhere to
But
sleep.
they've been built for like getaway, for weekend getaways, I would have thought, not like domiciles full time. Right?
There's people living in them, like full time, but not many.
Oh, really?
Out the front, some slightly bigger ones, people living in them.
What
Yeah.
breed of motorbike was that? Looked
Oh,
like a
some
moto,
Chinese thing.
moto posh. That's what it looked like. It looked like a motor posh.
It's got Song Jim written on top.
Oh, open up the seat and it's got dim sims and Chico rolls.
I've got some. It's a Rolls Royce. Look, it's got an R.
Oh, no, that stands for ratchet.
That stands for,
Oh,
That's-
Rubbish. Recycle.
that stands for Royal Enfield.
Yeah.
Oh, hang on. Hang on. There's letters on the other side. Let's have a look. Rusi. Ooh, fancy.
A Rushi. Yeah, Rushi. Yeah. Yeah, I've heard of them. Yep.
Yeah.
Seems to go.
It looks a bit. It looks a bit similar to my lawnmower motor.
Yeah, it looks like what we use for absolutely nothing in Australia.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
Slight
whippersnipper,
cultivation.
maybe. Whippersnipper.
I think my whippersnipper would do this thing at 20cc more than what this thing's got.
But the interesting thing is you see one of them going down the road and there's 5 people on it.
Yeah, like I
Plus
say,
a- Plus a chicken or two.
it goes all right with me on it, which surprises me.
Yeah, you're a big lad.
Yeah, so I mean, these have got to stick a fair bit out the sides.
You want crash bars? You need crash bars.
Yeah, that's right.
So does that come with maid service and laundry service or no service?
Oh no, she's inside.
Right. With it,
Ah,
not in earshot, I hope.
ah.
That's fine, but to be honest, it does
It's-
seem like
So pokey
you're sat
little
there. At,
bedrooms and then a pokey little
it does
bathroom.
like at the end of the night, you're sat there like all on your Todd, no one around you, having a beer, trying to get an internet connection to talk to us.
Yeah,
Yes.
basically.
Quality workmanship. Yeah.
Finest
That's normal.
cabinetry in the. Yeah,
Yeah.
so that cord
the
doesn't
gas,
need to go.
Where's the gas bottle?
Oh, buggered if I know. Must be somewhere.
Outside.
Well, you don't cook on there, obviously.
Yeah, the missus did. She made some Cinnagone and something else.
Well,
Oh,
Breakfast.
bloody hell. Geez, you're living high on the hog, mate.
Can I ask a question? And with all respect, how much a night is that costing you? A day?
Oh, fuck all. Like it's like
Nothing, right?
$15 or something.
How much?
15, that's too much.
Well, that's Australian dollars, bro. That's not
Who said
American
too
dollars.
much? Who said too much?
That wouldn't pay them.
See, Ron, Philippines accommodation isn't like Thailand. It's way more expensive and you get less.
Mm.
Yes, that is correct. On a world stage of a 4-star, what the Philippines would class as 4-star, most of us would say that's wouldn't even be 1.5.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
What have you got there, mate?
Hey? Got a
No,
Panadol.
Horny goat pills.
Paracetamol.
Yeah, I'm
Wrong
on the
colour.
hard stuff.
Wrong color. They should be white.
Does that stop the rashes from popping up?
There you go.
What's that? The money?
That's 100. Gee, they've changed it over the years.
1,000.
Oh, 1,000.
So how many dollars is that?
It has changed over the years.
$5. What is it?
What's like
What are we
55
running?
or something now?
What are we running? 38 or something at the moment? 36, 38?
35. Third shit house at the moment. It's 35.
It's gone down. Shit.
Yeah. What else have we got in here? I don't think we've got many other. Oh, here we go. This is the prettiest one. The prettiest one's the 500.
Oh, that's lovely. That's a work
Well,
of art.
Well, it's kind of like an Australian $50 note is got the yellow.
Oh, that's cool.
That's what we call them, pineapples in Australia.
Yeah.
The $50 note. Over there, you can buy a lot of pineapples for 500.
All right.
Baby.
That's good. Do they smell? Do the notes smell?
Only like
Like
fish
paper.
sauce.
Yeah. That's what I would. That's where I'm going. Yeah. I've traveled in India. I had to get rid of the notes from India out of my house. The whole house smelled of curry.
You didn't like the idea of curry all the time, Andy?
Not really. It's all emanating from one drawer, and I wonder where's that smell coming from. And I got it back to was my old notes from when I was in India, and I thought, oh man, there was about bonfire. That's it.
Yeah.
So what's your plans for tonight then, Zish? You're going to go on
Oh.
to town and go on it?
Go for a poke around, yeah. See what happens.
Oh, you got
What
what? You're
about-
going to head down the boardwalk.
Yeah. Go down to Robinson's and cut sick.
Oh yeah, you mate. You may as well get yourself a skateboard and relive your childhood.
Yeah. I had a lazy day today. Probably be a lazy night too.
What's the food situation like there? I mean, local food, and I have no idea. Philippine food.
Because it's such a touristy little spot with all the bloody foreigners and that. There's a bit of everything here.
Right.
They had Vietnamese last night just because it could. It was actually good.
So what's Philippine food? What is traditional Philippine food?
Shit.
I have no idea.
Total crap.
Shit in a puddle.
Balut.
Some of it's really nice, but yeah, some of it's a bit there you go.
Normally, Andy, you'd have two choices: fish and rice, or rice and fish.
Oh, nothing wrong with fish. So you got the McDonald's down there, or the Burger Kings, or some fast food chains down there, or what? Starbucks.
Jolly
Oh,
bee, Jolly
All that
bee.
crap, right?
No.
That's always. Oh yeah, Jollibee. Yeah. It's Jollibee or Chow King or in a sale.
Never been to a Jolly
Shakey's, Shakey's Pizza.
Yeah. Shaky's Pizza.
Yeah.
spaghetti and hot dogs.
Those.
Spaghetti
Ron's
and
thinking.
hot dogs.
Ron's thinking that when he's in Thailand, he might nip over to the Philippines for a weekend.
I might,
I'm
yeah.
particularly-
It's
I'm
possible.
particularly excited about Watson's Pharmacy later on.
Ron,
For some
Ron,
more-
you,
for-
I have a couple
Ron,
friends.
you go to the Philippines. You go to the Philippines. It would be a real eye opener for you, especially to go up to Dumaguete. Or
Oh, no,
Dumaguete.
I would go to all the tourist. There's like 3 places I want. I want to go to Palawan, Boracay, and Coron. I don't want
all
to
the all the expensive joints. Yeah.
Hi,
those are-
hi, Jesse. Hi, Jesse.
When you fly into Manila, Ron, that's the eye opener.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but I have to go somewhere because I only got 45 days, and so I'll just leave the country and go somewhere.
Oh, you mean on your visa? You mean on your visa?
Yeah. I never got my STV visa.
So you got to go out and come back in.
Yeah.
It's
Wow.
the
We
easiest.
know you
easiest
have
way to do
STDs from them.
STV,
easiest.
special tourist visa. I was gonna get, but it was too late.
Oh, I thought it was sexually transmitted disease is what you were talking about.
No, he said V, not D. I thought it was D as well.
yeah. I thought, hang on. We're Ron's coming clean.
Yeah.
That wouldn't be coming clean at all. That'd be coming
So-
dirty.
So Ron, a quick question. So when you come in on a tourist visa, you get 45 days, right?
45
And then you
days.
got to leave over a border or over seas.
I don't know. Actually, I've never done it before because I've always just got the COVID extensions when I stayed.
Yeah.
They were letting everybody stay as long as they wanted. So
Yeah, I think you can go just over land, like to
Laos or
I don't
something like
know,
that.
Laos, yeah, probably. And that's a really good visa run because you end up in a compound full of people doing the same thing, but they have all the restaurants and bars, and apparently it's a good 2 nights. It takes like a whole day.
no,
and
I
a
want to
half
go there
get it
anyway.
done.
I mean, I want to travel around anyway, so it's not a big deal.
But just check your visa that you can do that, if you see what I mean.
Yeah.
Like, because they were strict. I think it was over 90 days. You had to go across an airport to come back in, if you see what I mean. Like, not overland.
Okay.
But I think on 45 days you can, but don't take my word for it. But check it out.
Yeah, I'll look into
I
it
think
for
you-
sure.
Yeah.
I mean, the flights are so cheap out of Bangkok.
Mm. Yeah, I flew to Chiang Mai the other day, return, 2,300 baht return.
2,300 to go to Chiang Mai from.
Yeah, Nok Air. I got late and they had a seat, and I just went in. I mean, it normally 4,000. I got a seat for 2,300.
Actually,
It was like 900 one way, and the rest coming back. Yeah, I know they're
It's hot.
around. Huh?
It's cheaper than that, can't you?
Oh, you thought that was expensive?
No, I think that's expensive.
Oh, I thought that was pretty cool.
I
I mean, that's like, I don't
the
know.
fly within Thailand is usually pretty cheap.
Yeah, but yeah, but
I don't know.
you're hard
Things are
to
changing
get-
now. I don't know.
You're
When I
hard
was-
to get a return flight, and in domestic flights for a return flight for less than 2,500. I would say. Return.
It always seems like to me you get the better deal with the return flight. It's when you go one way they really fuck you over for some reason. Like they
I
charge
found
you.
it the other way. It's really cheap going out, and then they hit you on the return.
They do that. They do that here. You can get a one-way flight to wherever for, middle week. It's going to cost you bugger all to fly,
Yeah.
from one end of Australia to the other. But coming home, it'll cost you up to $400.
They're working on you. Got to get back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you've got the time to follow the cheap flights, you can go from, the further away from home you kind of go and go around the circle, and then you finally get back home on the cheap flights. But they make their money on you going there. You got to come home, and it'll probably be a Sunday, so we'll stick it up.
Oh yeah, Sundays are the worst.
Yeah.
You
I
gotta
mean-
really screw on a Sunday.
My mate next door, he flies around the country, and he just does it at the last minute. And he's flown out to Khon Kaen, Chiang Mai, or here, whatever, for like 900 baht.
Yeah.
And then when
800 baht, 900 baht. Yeah.
and then when he's there, he hangs on for the return flight. He won't go like, I've got to get back on that day. It's an open ticket. It's like he doesn't do a return, and then he'll get 900 baht on the way back, but at the right time.
I used to go to Vegas a lot, and I'd come home on a Sunday, and I'd purposely take off Monday. This is when I had like a real job. I'd take off that Monday just to have a recoup day, but I would also go right to the front of the line. You tell them, hey, I want to be on the bump list, because they always overfill those flights, especially on a Sunday, and somebody's got to get home for work. Like it always happens. And I would get a free round trip flight for taking a bump, which just means I just take the next flight or whatever. So I just have to take the next, and then they'll give me a free round trip ticket, and I would just go back to Vegas again. I did it multiple times where you just go up there and tell them you want to be on the bump list. If anybody needs my flight, I want to take the bump.
Yeah, we call that the standby list. But yeah, for sure. And being retired, not having to work for a company, I can take any days off I want. I don't care if I go on a Tuesday and come back on a Thursday.
Right.
So many people.
But if you fly back on a Sunday, there's a bigger chance that you're going to get, if you put yourself on the list, if somebody needs that flight, Sunday's always like the best day.
Yeah.
We used to have a thing here, before all the bullshit happened. With an airline, you paid a very small nominal fee, and it was a mystery flight. So what they were doing was just first in, best dressed, of kind of where you went to. They just filled the airplanes up.
Wow.
And it was a day trip. You went in the morning and come back in that of a night. But the whole thing about it was peanuts, and you'd end up in a different city, and you'd have a day out, and it'd probably cost you more than sitting at a local bar having a few beers.
Yeah.
Although when you go there, you do have a meal and a few beers.
Well, the whole that's exactly right. It's called helping the helping the economy along. Yes, yes.
Yeah, no, I get it.
Yeah, but the thing is, you could do it also with an overnight thingo, where with the airline you booked a hotel, and even that
hotel,
wasn't
yeah.
expensive. And then you went to different places. But the Eastern Seaboard was, predominantly what they were doing. Or if you really drew a bad ticket, you'd end up in Tasmania. But to end up to go to Alice Springs or Darwin or to Perth, although that's not a great thing, but anyhow, the slightly longer distance ones, they were good. And it was always a bit of fun because you didn't know where you were going. You just took a little bag with you and you just presented your little receipt thing, and they just went, "Oh, you're on that list. Here's your ticket. Go to gate wherever."
I have to say, where I'm not talking behind his back, because I would say when he's here, but with Zige, it looked okay, but it wasn't for a holiday. It wasn't very resorty, was it?
Is he on a holiday now, or is he?
Holidaying, Ron. Holidaying.
My maid lives in bigger accommodation than that. I don't want to be snobby, but what I'm trying to say is, if that opened up onto the sand and the beach,
it's a shithole.
It was.
But at the end of the day,
he's got a motorbike for free.
It is exactly what it is, and like we're trying to, Bangkok, for instance, for a smaller amount of money, you can get a pretty good hotel wherever you want them. But Philippines is completely different. Completely different.
You know about the Philippines, don't you, Johnny? You've been there. Like I don't think Ron has, right?
Yeah, I've spent a long time traveling around through the joint, but accommodation is not the same. It's not the same unless what you're paying. You're probably paying your own country in as far as what you for a better quality place in the Philippines. But like a budget type place, it's they are exactly what they are, budget. And you can for something to do overnight, you can play squash to cockroach. They have cockroaches there that bloody near the size of human beings.
But yeah, I'll be spending a bunch of time in the jungle. So I mean, I wouldn't say it's like a holiday. I'm going to visit Ning. I guess a little bit of holiday, but I don't know. That's what I was asking.
The one thing,
holiday, or is he going to like visit somebody, a significant other, and it's just the area they live in or something? It's different.
There's nothing wrong with village life, Ron.
Nothing wrong. I like it. It's relaxing.
When I'm just thinking of the month. Rainy season's finished. When you get up there, it'll be a little while off, I think, from memory. But to get on a rice harvester and sit up there with a fellow, that's on a harvester. That's a different experience. To really look at what goes on how they make money and what general life's about. That's a good thing. It's a learning curve.
Yeah, for sure.
I think Ron wants to sort of like you said. I've never been to Laos, by the way, Ron.
Okay.
And I've been to everywhere else. Well, no, I haven't been to Burma, but I don't think I fancy that, to be honest. But Laos, I do fancy. And
I mean, it's no lie.
If you're going to make a visa trip, that's like That's called move because you're going to get your visa renewed, and you're in another country. You know.
I made it to the border, but they wanted like something crazy to like leave and come back, and I was worried about my Thailand pass, and I was just like, that's not worth it. It was actually cheaper for me to fly to Phuket than it was for me to walk across to Laos at that time. Like whatever, I forget what they were charging, something crazy. I was like, fuck, and we ended up flying to Phuket. I was like, yeah, just fuck this. We'll go to Phuket. It was cheaper.
Hello, hello, Stephen.
G'day, Andy. How are you? G'day, John. And be more Ron. I haven't
Hey,
seen you
what's
for
up?
ages. Haven't seen you for a while.
There you go. Cheers. Still here.
Yeah, well, there you go.
Well, there's the entrance. Where's the follow-up?
Oh, time for Ronnie to speak. How you going, Ron? You heading back to Thailand, I believe. Are you heading back there, mate?
Yeah, are you coming in December too? Are you part of the December group?
I don't know. She's coming out here, mate. She'll be out here shortly. I might go back. Well, I'm not sure yet, Ron. It's just
It's like everybody and their
I
mother
got-
coming.
I've got to get a babysitter. You know what I mean? I'll see what happens, mate. Yeah.
Should be interesting if all these people that say they're coming are going to come be there.
Oh, they do it every year, Ron. Everybody's going.
Well, not in the past few years.
I know they don't go.
Well,
This is the first
in
time
truth,
They
Getting
test
back
the
to-
water, Johnny. They test who loves me. Who loves me? How
In-
many friends have I
in-
got?
in truth, Ron, we haven't been able to go anywhere for a long time, and that was even, what we had to put up with was worse than anywhere else in the world.
Yeah.
I'd love to. I'd love to go and do a
John,
bit of-
how long ago did they lift that?
in Victoria, it was only about a bit over 3 months or 4 months ago. All the crap. We had 900 and something bloody days of restrictions and whatever over here. It was absolute the world record, but like my I want to travel. It'll be next year, but we've got a project starting. We've got stuff like that needs a bit of stuff doing on it, management of it, and I know from the past. You say everything's going fine, and before the aeroplanes even landed, everything's gone to shit. So you're just about a return flight straight back to sort crap out, So that's that. I won't travel until our project's done, and when it's done, I'm going to fulfil 3 years worth of travel dreams.
Johnny, if you need an emissary on your behalf to go up there and you'll pay for my flight and accommodation and food, I can take some video and see what's going on your behalf, mate. I'm more than welcome to do that.
Yeah, but you'd
I
probably
take that as a no.
you'd probably like the lucky country.
Oh, I love out there, bro. I love out there.
We could do house swapping.
As long as that's what it all is, only that's fine.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. To come to this residence, you would be underwhelmed, but anyhow,
I would never be
The-
underwhelmed.
Oh,
the roof don't leak and the electricity's on most of the time,
Well, that's a positive.
and we've got hot and cold running water. So what more
That's
do you
even
want?
better.
Shit, hot.
Absolutely. And a veranda to sit on and have a beer or two. Watch the sunset go down. Yes, please.
Oh, we've even got the tank stand out the back where you can sit on the tank stand and have a beer and contemplate the world, and
Cool.
you
Cool. Are you
Which is
coming
what-
back to Thailand, Steve, or
Oh, eventually, mate. Just wait. My missus is coming out now. She'll be out here shortly. So she's coming out for quite a while, actually. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah,
Mm.
yeah. I mean, flights are quite expensive. I mean, I'm not saying you can't afford a flight. I'm just saying.
Andy, your microphone's terrible, mate. I can hardly
What's
hear
wrong
you.
with it?
I think
Oh,
you got
really?
your laptop plugged in, haven't you?
Yeah, I'm through headphones on my laptop. Is that bad?
Mm,
You can't
yeah,
hear
it's
me.
pretty. Now it's okay. I don't know. Maybe just my
That's
ears, I think.
No, a
Oh,
plane
must
was
be just
going
me.
over. Is that better?
Yeah.
Yeah, you always pull me up on that, and I always listen to,
Oh, it's
to what
okay.
you say on that. No, you're a tech guy. Yeah, so anyhow, my point.
Andy, who tell you if I won't?
Yeah, exactly. Everybody else just says pardon. What did you say? Pardon. What did you say? Turn your mic up. Yeah. No, so flights are like, for instance, I've got my niece coming over for Christmas. She's flying British Airways, and she used to fly business class. She's quite, got money, and she's saying for the same price to direct British Airways Heathrow to Suvarnabhumi, she's now got economy via Dubai to Suvarnabhumi, same price.
Yeah. Hey,
Yeah,
John,
exactly.
they had returned to Thailand. Who was it? It was Air Asia, $750, leaving on the 29th of this month. Pretty good, isn't it? Oh, he's gone.
From where to where?
Melbourne to Bangkok and return $750. Pretty cheap.
Whoa. Wow.
That's staying a month, like leaving on the 29th and staying a month and coming back.
I paid $880 for round trip, but I was lucky. I kept looking and I
How
saw
much?
that deal and I grabbed it as soon as I saw it.
How much you pay, Rod? Didn't hear you, mate.
$880 for round trip.
Well, that's good. That's really good. Yeah.
It's like 26 hours. 26 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah, my brother came over.
The problem with me, I'm coming up to Christmas and I've got to buy a ticket from Bangkok to Melbourne and return, which is Australia. And it's coming on to Christmas, but you haven't got the fucking visa yet. They won't. Oh, it's a fucking nut. It's a fucking nut job, believe me.
Yeah. It's what comes
you
the
fucking
horse
do?
before the cart, I know, I get it.
Yeah.
I know they
That's why our country's one of the strictest in the world for visas. They're fucking horrible, really.
Just don't get a visa on arrival?
No, you
For
can't. No,
Australia?
we can, but Thais coming here can't.
Thais.
Very, very strict.
Yeah.
Very strict in Australia.
But you got an English passport, you can get in straight away, right?
Yeah, we walk straight in. Oh, American's pretty good as well.
No ties coming to America, period. So unless they're like
Thais
great.
have you know why? I don't want to go into it now, but I've got a friend that brought his long-term girlfriend over to England, and he's staying for 5 years so that he can give her a British passport, so that it's easier for him to travel across the both. He has businesses here and in England, and he said it's just a nightmare having her with the Thai pass. So he said he had a 5-year plan. Stick in England, 5 years, worked, made his money, whatever, and now he's just about applying for a passport for her, which she'll be able to have because she's had 5 years.
Interesting.
Well, I don't know if that's just for Thailand. I wouldn't. Of course, it's not. It's for other, I was going to say minorities. I didn't mean that like that. It's for other countries as well. So I don't know. I mean, it's been abused. It has, for sure. America's been the biggest abuser of it. Come over, marry, Robin Hood, green card, all that shit's going on. So a few
they check into it a lot, though. They definitely they come to your house, they check it, make sure it's not some fraud shit. But yeah, unless you're like a super rich Thai, you're not gonna come over here, and or you're on a marriage visa. You gotta be on a marriage visa. You gotta get it. That takes forever.
Well, he's even in my English guy. He's married. I mean, officially married. I don't know whether he registered in England. I guess he must have done. But she has to stay for 5 years, like 9 months out of the year in England. And once that's done, she gets the passport.
I don't think you have to wait that long in America. If you get married, but I think I don't know. I've never
What,
been
instant?
married, so I don't know.
Ah.
But from what I understand, if you get married in America, it's a little easier. And if you get married in Thailand, it's a different type of visa.
Same in Australia. Same in Australia, Ron.
Mm.
Better off getting married in Australia than overseas. They don't recognise the Thai marriage.
You can still do it, but yeah, it's a
Right.
different process, and
Right.
it takes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Same
but
here. Yeah.
Yeah, the whole registrar system in Thailand is it's iffy, to say the most about it. You understand what I mean? It's like going for your driving license. You know, you go there and she has a little flower on her desk, and she says, "Yes, you are now legally married in Thailand." But I don't know. I mean, I went to England and got the register for my wife, so she is my wife in England as well. But she can't get the passport, and I'm not going to go over there and live for 5 years now. I'll be dead by then. Well, not dead, but hopefully
Very
not.
close,
But
though. Very close.
Oh, shut up.
Just agreeing with you. I didn't come here for
Yeah, well,
conflict.
don't agree. First time in your life, don't agree with me. No, but what I'm saying, 5 years from now, I'm not going to live. Well, first of all, where will I live? What will I do there? And I can't do it. So she can't get the passport. Not that she wants it anyway, to be honest. Won't affect her life if she has a British passport or not. But if you're younger, then it's a different story. You can travel
Traveling
to
back and forth.
yeah. Yeah, that's exactly. And that's what he's done. He's done that because his plan is 2 or 3, 4 trips, live equally in between Thailand and England. He's got it right.
I like
It's
that
nice.
plan. I like that plan.
Yeah, absolutely. We used to be able to do that in Europe, but we can't do that anymore. I say we, meaning English people, not that I am, but you know what I'm saying. You could go to France, you could go to Germany, Austria, whatever, and it's the same as being in England. There's no passport control, no nothing. It's work. But and now Brexit, yeah.
Europe's too expensive for me.
Now you got Brexit, you have to have a barcode, don't you, on your skin?
Oh man, it's from what I've heard,
That'll-
and I don't.
That'll come
really
next, Everybody likes to have
sure it will.
barcodes.
Or a chip.
Oh, don't get into that one. Shit.
Yeah, for sure. And so now, because everyone used to do the beer and wine runs, they go from like Dover in England, and it's like 45, 50 minutes with the train or whatever, and they'd load up their transit vans and bring it back, and they go through. No one would check at customs now, and that's where all the pubs, especially in the southeast of England, that's where they made their profit on the bars, because they were buying liquor so cheap and selling it at UK prices. Now,
Do you reckon they're better off, England now, being in that Brexit, whatever they call it?
Absolutely not, in my opinion. But I'm not the person
Don't really
I
understand
haven't
how it
lived there
will
for
work.
45, 50. I don't live there anymore. I know everyone in the south of England wanted to stay in Europe. Everyone in the north of England were like, oh, we're a country of our own. Fish and chips, yeah.
Fair enough.
And they didn't think of the. I'm going to offend so many people, but that's the way they're looking at it. The north voted Brexit, get out. The south were dead against them. Dead against them.
Yeah.
Because they're looking at cities like London, like even Birmingham or whatever, big cities, cosmopolitan cities that deal in trade, and they wanted that trade. In the north, it's still a bit of the industrial north, where oh no, we're British through and through. We stay on our own. Royal Britannia, we won the World War II, thing. I think. I'm
They
going
go
to
screaming that out in Russia.
I'm going to get so much stick from that, but that's how I see it anyway.
Yeah. Oh well.
Good to see you, Steve.
Yeah, good to see you too, Andy. Been a long time.
Well, this thing's all swings and roundabouts. And everybody changes, channels change, and we've changed.
Oh, do they? What
We'll see how it goes,
Yeah.
It took us a long time
funny-
to think about the change,
Did some funny things over the last couple of weeks. Really funny.
I've been
Yeah,
monitoring
come
other channels. No one's sort of saying anything about us because we've been insignificant, to be honest, which is lovely. We love it. You know, we don't, you know, whatever. It's just, we just wanted to be disassociated from global, which is sad to say, because like you of all people, you know, global's got a name, but it's been so tainted from, you know.
Oh, I don't know if it was tainted, Andy. Just too many fucking people using it. Be there or
Well, the
be
name,
square.
yeah.
Use the name global. Jesus
Yeah.
Christ.
That's what I mean by
Beyond a joke.
tainted. Yeah, that's what I meant. It's been, the name's been diluted.
There's 5
So-
of them out there, you know, 5.
Is there 5? Well,
Hmm.
there you go.
Oh, when you were going, it was 5.
Yeah, so
So
We
I
just
can't
thought-
see the point in that.
let's just change it. Let's just see what happens.
Yeah, better off. Yeah.
You know?
We could make a reference to an old song.
There we
Toast
go,
and
Johnny.
marmalade for tea, sailing
Oh.
ships upon the sea.
Great song, Johnny.
On the lovely avenue of the games that people play.
But as we know, it all goes round in circles, and now it's just like everyone can do what they want to do, and we're doing what we're doing now under a different name. That's all. We don't want to be associated now with,
Fair enough.
sadly, all the other globals. It's sad to say, because it wasn't a knee reaction of anything. It wasn't like, oh, they said that, no, we're changing our name or nothing. It was just 3 or 4 months of talking backwards and forwards, and then another 3 months to get the bloody name and graphics up. Yeah, not the best in the world, but it's a change. So
What's not the best in the world? The graphics.
well, I think the graphics are fine. Yeah, but you know, that took so long. The name took so long, Steve, with the group, right? And it was great. Everybody was putting in their pennies worth. What about this? What about this? What? It went on for bloody weeks and weeks. It got on so much that I started to get so confused because I was saying, I like that name, I like that name, like that name, and then once we got the name, and I will say it, Johnny came up with a name, and everyone went, yes, that's the best so far. And then the graphics followed within 4 or 5 days. We can change the graphics with color and stuff, but that's what we're doing. And why not? It doesn't matter really, you know, but it's a new channel name and new graphics, and we'll see what happens.
Yeah.
We've obviously made a statement, and that was more important. That was more important than the name. The name change to whatever. The statement was important, as far as I'm concerned. I know Johnny agrees.
Well, you got to understand. Some people come on for a conversation on these live streams. Some of them come on for conflict. You know, and that's the guys you got to get rid of. The ones that want the conflict. You know, and conflict can get out of control.
Well, you know what I think about that. So, you know, we're not about the views. We're just about a good little group of people that are trying to put on a stream. And, you know, the last 2 or 3 days have been very, very, what's the word? Encouraging in a sense of there's a few people are turning up that we never thought, you know, they were gone, and they're suddenly turning up and putting comments in and saying, hello, well, yeah, nice. And I think they appreciate what we've done because we're just getting away from the pack, because the pack is like horrendous. You know, it's just like, it's non-stop negative shit, you know, but for what I'm thinking, you know, and that's it. Anyway, here's a home for people that like what we do.
I was watching one stream once, Andy, and they were fighting with this other stream, and the other they were commenting on each other's comments, and it was just, I thought, how fucking childish can you get?
It can't be more childish than that. This is like kindergarten playground. I can't
Sand
believe
pit. The sand pit all over again.
Yeah,
But we've progressed way before that. You know, like that doesn't exist here, and don't care. We encourage freedom of speech. We encourage good conversation, and you know, virtually anybody's welcome. But the ship from wherever, leave it behind. Come in with an open mind and just enjoy pleasant conversation and be respectful. As simple as that.
Can I ask you a personal question, John?
No.
No,
You can.
that's it. Say no, or just say yes. I did it.
You can ask me any question you like, but be aware the answer might not be what you like.
I love that. When you go, can I ask you a personal question? No, you can't. You fucking idiot.
Yeah.
No,
Do you use?
I also like an open behind that's accepting. So I understand what you're saying, Johnny.
yeah, the whole thing, Ron, is we're all individuals, and but the thing is, people come into a group and just having a pleasant conversation.
You missed
There's
it,
not
Johnny.
many. There's not many channels you can go to and that happens.
You know,
missed
another good one, Johnny. Another good one is, did you see what blah blah did? I got to ask you your opinion on it. No, I didn't watch it. You liar! Here we go. You can't possibly watch it all.
The one thing
Quick,
about it,
Johnny missed it. I said I also like an open behind that's accepting.
yes, that's fine, Ron. That's fine, Ron.
That's fine.
Wow, Jesus
But,
Christ.
but for me,
Reading in there somewhere.
I know, but like if Ron opens up a stream, I always drop past and say, "G'day, Ron. How you doing?" You know that little like and that little participation thing helps his logarithms and all the rest of it, or animal, all that crap.
algorithms.
Yeah, all those rhythms, But the whole thing about it is, it's also showing that little bit of support. Ron is a unique human being, and we've known each other for a long time now. And
I don't think he got it still, but it's okay.
I got what you were saying, Ron. I'm not totally stupid.
Not totally. No. But and we've had these conversations so many times on streams. Like we don't want the drama. But we just won't tolerate that. And if you get views from drama, then great. That's your thing. Do it. You want to be on that stream? Then great. I will talk. I will be on. Well, I can't remember any stream I've been on recently in the chat, to be honest. At Gaza, I think I just said hello, how you doing, and that was about it.
I try to get along with everybody, and there's a very few people where I just can't get along with them. If I see
I'll
them
give
there,
you that, Ron.
I just won't go there. I just won't go there. I was just
Ron, he tries to get along with everybody. I think you're doing a good job of it, Ron. Take a page out of everybody should take a page out of his book.
Well, the one thing about it, Ron, is it's the fallacy of getting along with everybody, and I mean it's a fallacy. At the end of the day, you've got to have your cutoff point. And some people
that I just can't get along with. If I see them,
that's right. It's
don't go there. Or if there's a place where they're always at, I don't go there. It's just I'm avoiding conflicts. I don't want to.
That's exactly what I do, Ron.
No, that's right. You just want to, you do what you're doing and you enjoy it. Yes, you do get some interesting people come along.
I don't
but
mind
the
little like small little jabs or little like
yeah.
Like when you're trying to be vicious and trying to be like really fucking.
Oh yeah.
You take it too
Fun,
far.
isn't
It's like, come on.
Well,
The viciousness. That's nice.
for every, they're running on every action has a reaction, and if you don't have a reaction, you've taken the wind out of their sails. They're just dead in the water because half the time it's not funny, and you haven't given with no reaction. You've really.
Yeah.
If somebody makes,
I'm feeding the sharks.
yeah, that's right.
A lot of it boils down to just plain jealousy, Ron.
Yes, correct. That is correct, Stephen.
Hang on. Jealousy over what? What's there to be jealous about?
Nothing.
I don't see any coveted prize
Nothing.
to be jealous about.
It's usually a personal thing. Oh, he's better looking than me, or something like that. How dare you be better looking than me? I'm going to get you. Or you're in Thailand. I've got to get you, and you got more money than me, and it's all sorts of shit, Andy. But it's
Yeah,
mainly
Ronnie-
jealousy, the whole fucking thing. And then it starts
Ronnie-
with the bands. They have their little band to go, and then it gets nasty. And it starts with the doxing and
Ron is a handsome man.
Yes,
They
Ron is
only have to
handsome,
walk
Ron is
down the
handsome.
street.
Put him on
lovely.
full screen, Johnny.
Hello,
Put him on
handsome
full screen.
man. Hello, handsome man.
It's fucking ugly.
Yeah.
We're all handsome, man. In Thailand.
You could never pay for it, Ronnie. Get it for free. Thailand.
Oh, handsome man.
You've been in Thailand long?
G'day,
Ronnie. How you
First time.
That's enough. Johnny.
DWP, g'day, mate. How you
I
doing?
charge $1,000 an hour. You sure you're not a man?
The point is, at the end of the day, I hate to use the word genre and I hate to use the word community, but it does
Say
exist
Jenga.
with all these channels that we're all familiar with. But it's all such an insignificant market. I don't see why people are getting worked up about it.
I know, right?
Pissing over if it was on fire. It's such a small little thing that why do people get so tribal? Why do people get so het up about it? If somebody said something about me on here or on another channel, I probably wouldn't hear it anyway. I don't care. It's so minimal, it doesn't matter.
Right.
At the end of the day, it doesn't matter. So we just carry on doing our shit,
That's right.
We're not going for 1,000 views or like 20,000 subscribers. If we were, then I'll bring in my marketing team and my sales team and my PR team, and we'll make a go for it. But it's never going to be like that. It's going to be just nice conversational chat between people that we like to talk to, or have a confrontation to, but in a diplomatic and debatable way. How about that?
Oh, it's a diplomatic and debatable way. Is that which part of get fucked don't you understand?
My way or the highway.
My way or highway. No.
I was always good at negotiations.
There's no negotiation about it.
But at the end of the day, everybody likes to come onto a panel, have a good laugh, have a good discussion, maybe learn something, or maybe teach somebody something, or have your views change. That's what it's about. It's about interchange of views. You don't have to get aggressive about it. If you get aggressive about it, it just shows that, well, to me, if you get aggressive and this is this and this is, well, you're going back to the caveman days, as far as I'm concerned. So and everyone changes, and I just think it's a great way to what we're doing. Whatever, this stream might not be open for another couple of days. So what? It's a good stream. Nice. Everyone happy. Lovely. Plane going over.
Easy.
Thank you, Beezy. I suppose, realistically, the most important part of the channel is our support group, our subscribers and the people that support the channel.
Yeah.
That we do give them that place to have a chat and drama free. All right, we might have an iron curtain up around it to a certain extent. All that crap is no interest of us. People come along here to have a laugh, have a joke, and have that bit of freedom without somebody else picking at them and all that other crap, because we don't tolerate that at all.
Can I ask you a question, Steve? Because I asked this to a man about Oz the other day after we launched. And
I did it, and I'll do it again.
I'll ask him the question. I asked the same question to you. What is your view on spanners?
Give everybody a fucking spanner that you know, because the clones, there's clones out there like you wouldn't believe. It's Clone fucking City.
So what is the when should you give somebody a spanner?
When you know who they are and they've been on the panel and shit like
They've
that.
been on
And
the panel.
I get spanners all over the place, Andy. I don't use them at all, just so they know who I am. But I can't go on other panels because other comment sections because I'm being cloned. And I think you've been cloned, Johnny. I don't know about. Oh yeah, you were cloned, Andy. I think. I mean, Ron's just cloned.
Yeah,
City.
we've all as
That's
far
the
as
thing with the. That's the thing with the spanner. You know who it is.
I'd be quite impressed if I was cloned, to be honest.
No, you were cloned.
It's a sign
Well,
of
you have been, Andy. Can I, I remember when I first started off doing live streams, this many years ago. Within a week, I got my first troll, and I thought, "Oh fuck me, you have hit the big time, boy." And then a bit later on, I got cloned, and I thought, "Yeah, you really made it."
I'll speak honest to you. The only person I've had a real conflict with, and don't forget, I haven't spoken to the guys that we won't talk about, was the Sam Walters guy from Twitchy. He came on a global, and he was just saying, "Do you know who I am?" and all that. And I gave him some stick on air. had a few beers. So I said,
That guy's got a lot of clones too.
Yeah, I've never been allowed back on Twitches ever. Every time I make a comment.
Who was that, Andy? Who was it?
Sam
Twitchy.
Walters.
Sam Waters.
And for some reason, he goes, "Well, don't you know who I am? I'm Twitchy. We have so many," and he used the word followers, not subscribers. I said, "You're talking about Facebook. We're talking about YouTube." I didn't know Twitchy in those days. And I said, "Who the fuck are you?" You know, like, but no, I didn't say that like that, but that's what I was thinking. And I was polite in my own way, being a bit rude. And every time, I haven't tried for a year or whatever, every time I got banned straight away. And
Eddie, do you know who I am? Do you know who I am? Yeah,
you're not
fucking fuck
Sam. Yeah.
Who's that remind you of, Johnny? Shut up.
Yeah, well, my answer to that comment is, do I care?
Well,
Because the relevance is, nothing. So I don't care who, I love people that have claim to fame that they, or whatever. But that's regardless. That's just, we've moved on and can totally separated ourselves from that. And it's the belief in what we're doing. And like I say, we've got a very good lot of subscribers that support us. Their entertainment is us. Our entertainment is them. So it's a perfect equilibrium.
But here's the thing: when you're doing a drama thing, it's very easy to create content. Because I can go, that's fucking Steve Clark. Do you know what he said about me last week? And I got him on there. I got the screenshot and all that. And then somebody else will come in. Yeah. And then suddenly all the people come and listen. But what it's all about is just they're listening for you to have a war or row with somebody. I'd rather talk about nothing and then no viewers than talk about this and have 50 viewers. Do you understand what I mean? I had a conversation with Robert. I could hardly understand half of it because Robert is so intense. He's a great guy. And he enlightened me. I was there just listening. This and this and this. But it was great. We had 7 people watching. But for me, I don't care about the 7 people watching. It was just a nice, interesting thing that went on. And then Robert's gone to bed. And that's the end of it. Ron's come on. And Ron, you're definitely maturing, mate.
Sure, thank you.
Ron, I can remember the days when, you did a couple of little cooking segments.
Yeah, I remember them.
A few things like that, and I used to take the piss out of you, and that was because I liked you.
I love you too, Ron. Can I have your underpants?
No, the thing is,
I enjoy people being mean to me. It's fine.
Yeah,
I like the comments. I just laugh them off. They don't bother me one bit. So, I mean, they're really good if they're funny. Like, if you're saying Just
Well, most of mine were because I was
Yeah,
laughing
you
my
say
tits
I'm
off when I
funny
was
too.
typing
I can get you.
them.
Right.
No,
Hey, look,
I honestly say, none of us are perfect, and the one thing is, Ron, we've watched you grow up on YouTube in a way,
yeah, that's the
and
thing.
grow up as a person.
That's what I was
I
getting
don't
at.
know how this all works. You got to figure it out after a while. It takes a little while.
Okay, listen, guys, I'm going to have to go because I had a lunch scheduled 3 hours ago, and I got a
Hey, I
mic.
need to go off too. It's getting late. It's like 3:30 in the morning. Good
Yeah,
talking.
well, take care, both of us.
I'll catch you next time.
Are
See
you
you,
happy?
Ron. See you. Good to talk to you, mate.
Peace out,
Are you
buddy.
Johnny? Are you happy to keep the stream open, or you want to close the stream, or what? What would you?
Oh,
Like?
look, I'll keep the stream open for a little bit longer. Then I'm going to go and have my dinner, and then I'll open up another stream a bit later on.
Okay, mate.
Yeah, okay. You're going to start up a new one, are you?
I will do, yeah, a bit later on.
Better idea, mate.
Thank you, Steve, for coming on, mate. And
All right.
Johnny,
Thanks for having me, Andy. That's real good of you, mate.
No, I'm not having you. I'm not the host. You're fine. It's good. Don't. I feel embarrassed. Okay. See you later. Bye bye. Bye bye.
All right. Good night. See you, Andy.
No, I found it better, John. When you're doing these streams, if you want to get an audience, is you're better off restarting it. And then everybody gets a notification that you've started a stream, and
Yeah,
that's when you
correct. You are.
I don't
100%
believe
correct.
running them for 4 or 5 days. It doesn't help it. You just don't do it because same old shit. Is it same old shit? When I was there the other day, they had 2 people watching. I'm not going back there for a while. But when you restart it, they all come in. What's going on? And you might get 10, 15 people watching, which will build up.
Well, when I do, your opinion's based on fact. We've had streams running, and I've shut them down.
Yeah.
And then
didn't reset them. Yeah.
And then restarted it. It's Johnny's Bottle Top Trivia, or it's Saturday night. Well, I can tell you right now, tonight's one will be probably entitled, Saturday Night Fever, or something, some
Gotta make a good
stupid
song there.
title. Yeah, I wonder why. But something stupid. But the whole part about it is
Saturday Night Sounds. Saturday Night Sounds.
The thing
How
is,
do you say it? Sounds or sounds?
Zounds.
Saturday Night Sounds. Call it Saturday Night Sounds. There.
I read the dictionary looking for a word which expressed what we were about, and I read the dictionary from the front to the back.
Yeah.
And I spent a lot of time on it, and I put the name forward and its meanings, and everybody said, "We like that." And I thought to myself, thank God, because I'm burnt out. I've had the renaming thing, But anyway, the whole part about it's all fun.
Yeah, it is, mate. It is. Yeah.
And with Steve and Andy being English, and really for English, they do bastardize the English language.
Yeah. Where is Steve anyway? He's missing.
No, he's not missing. He'll be doing his normal stuff. A little later on in the evening, he shall definitely pop along. I can assure you of that.
Yeah.
Terrific bloke, Steve. He's
I like him.
He's opinionated and all that, and there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with people expressing their opinions.
I've been on a lot of panels with him, John. I know him very well.
Yeah, well, as you know, we go back quite a while. But the thing about it is, we're here. We could go the corny stuff, Just like
Mm.
you know, yeah, we're just here to have a bit of fun and shoot the breeze and stuff like that. And the other thing is, the real part about it is even just to keep the stream going for the chat for the ones that just chat a little bit and then try and not get zapped by whatever, but play a little bit of music or something like just like a background music. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, chat's good, but at times, people say shut the friggin' hell up, and because we've got a private chat going on in the chat, which is I respect that too.
Oh, well, not to worry.
Well, anyhow,
Yeah.
what I'm gonna do is shut it down for now. And
Yeah.
what time is it? What time? I don't. What? Oh, it's in front of me. If you look, you
You know
idiot.
to pre-book it. Book it in, John. You book it in for. An
Yeah,
hour's
yeah.
time.
I know. I
You
know
all
how
that
to
shit,
do
don't you?
all that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I the bloody oath I do sleep. But thank you for your advice. But it'd probably be half an hour or so. You'll get your notifications, and we'll be back up and running. We'll just
All right.
start off with a couple of little tunes and chat in the chat or whatever, and then we'll progress on to open stream chat. But yeah, okay. So thank you everybody for your support, and we really appreciate it. So on that note, I will say good night and take care. Catch us soon.
See you later.